I now call the April 28th, 2026 meeting of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Board of Education to order. There being no opposition to any items on the agenda, it's adopted by unanimous consent. I turn to Dr. Hill for acknowledgement of our students for their performance and for their academic performance.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. We are really excited to acknowledge the great work of our first and second grade students. When I call your name today, please stand and hold your certificate. Our photographer is going to get a picture of you, so stand for just a little bit. I ask the audience to hold your applause until I call all the names, and then at the very end, we're going to cheer for all of our students, but we're also going to ask all of our family members and staff members to stand and be recognized as well. Okay, let's get started. First, we have Abondo Zungia from Devonshire, Matscom Sherpanoff from McAlpine, Sarah Frunder, Providence Spring, Rich Simmons, Oaklawn Language Academy, Sergio Adams, Lebanon Road, Auguste Jean Baptiste from Idlewild, Corinne McCarthan from Joseph W. Greer Academy, Sophia Valencia, Charlotte East Language Academy, Justin Rosa, Huntingtown Farms Elementary, Quinn Tron from David Cox Road Elementary, Carlos Lucinda Petrelli from Devonshire Elementary, Jalen Rodriguez Adron from Oaklawn Language Academy, Andrea Gutierrez Hernandez, Charlotte East Language Academy, A Miracle Cabbage Stalk, Stony Creek, Aaron Lopez Macias, Knightsview, Ornamoy Batacheria, Ballantyne Elementary, Walker Talamo, Oaklawn Language Academy, David Gonzalez Alfaro, Briarwood Elementary, Emily Hernandez, Huntingtown Farms Elementary, Liam Ernie Obueno Zinn, Oaklawn Language Academy, Merlin Moreno, Druid Hills Academy, Raquel Velez, Charlotte East Language Academy, Rashani Villafane, Charlotte East Language Academy, Luis Abano Pertala, David Cox Road Elementary, Josue Manguia, Esperanza Global Academy, Saquon Davis, Bruns Avenue Academy, Skylar Tassie, Mallard Creek Elementary, Jalil Kelly, Highland Creek Elementary, Cody Shoulderbrandt, Blythe Elementary, Magali Panita Alvarado, Devonshire Elementary, Shasha Hawkins, Collinswood Language Academy, Georgina Duran, South Pine Academy, Andrea Gonzalez Barona, Oakhurst STEAM Academy, Dylan Rodriguez Contreras, River Oaks Academy, Kelly Maya, Devonshire Elementary, Daniel Miranda Fuentes, Huntingtown Farms Elementary, Adrienne Sanchez Perez, Briarwood Elementary, and Jared Franco, Ashley Park K-8 School. Will all of our students, family members, and administrators and teachers stand to be recognized? We'd like to thank you so much for being here tonight to celebrate as we report a little bit later on our board's goals. But we know, students, that you need to get in the bed so you can get up early in the morning for school. So at this time, we will dismiss you all before moving forward with the rest of our board meeting. Thank you for being here tonight.
The consent agenda items have been provided in advance. I will entertain to approve them as presented.
So moved.
Moved by Shipp, second by Monterey Duval. All those in favor, by show of hands. It's unanimous, Madam Clerk, with 8. I turn to Dr. Hill for the personnel appointments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are very excited to announce the following principal appointments. First, we have Dr. Andrea Mills. She will be the new principal at Highland Mill Montessori School. Dr. Mills is currently serving as the assistant principal at Lincoln Heights Montessori and has 22 years in education. We are very excited about her appointment. Next, we have Jennifer Moore. Jennifer Moore will be the new principal at Windsor Park Elementary School. Ms. Moore has 22 years in education and is currently serving as the assistant principal at Montclair Elementary School. Congratulations, Ms. Moore. Next, we have Sharon Payne. Sharon Payne will be the new principal at McKee Road Elementary School. Ms. Payne has 12 years in education and she is currently serving as the assistant principal at McKee Road. Congratulations to our new principals.
I turn to Dr. Hill for the financial statements for March 2026.
As presented.
I turn to Dr. Hill for the budget amendments for March 2026.
As presented.
I turn to Dr. Hill for the contracts and change orders report from March 6th through April 6th, 2026.
As presented.
I turn to Dr. Hill for our student outcomes focused governance goal 1, interim measures 1.2 and 1.3.
Thank you and good evening. Tonight's SOFG report spotlights goal 1, interim measure 1.2 and 1.3. At Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, we know student success is strongest when families and schools grow together. This video from Hidden Valley Elementary brings Goal 1 to life for first and second graders, highlighting how meaningful family engagement supports student learning, belonging, and achievement. Through the voices of parents, grandparents, students, and staff, you will see partnership in action and the powerful impact it has on our children every day. Together, we are creating welcoming schools where every family is valued and every student can thrive.
What I've learned is that just the importance of teacher and parent coming together, working together as partnership, and just learning that the literacy piece of it, how he will grow in learning to read, fluency, pronunciation, as well as comprehension. That has been a challenge and great, a reward for us, for me, to help him with all of that. I came to the Dibbles workshop that night, and it was good to help him with the nonsense words, the letter recognition. And so we play some games, and I'll say, I'll beat you, or I'll race with you, and that has just become fun, and he enjoys doing that with me. Anytime I have a concern, I'll reach out to the teacher, and she responds back to me, and always work together with me on how I can help him and how he can be successful in school.
Have also enlightened me as to how to help my child to grow to meet those goals. Because if I didn't attend the event, then I will not be able to know that, oh, you're supposed to be reading at a specific speed using a timer for 1 minute. They ensure that they send home daily they send home report cards, progress monitoring. His teacher checked in every week. She sent home resources. She ensured that all our kids are on grade level with whatever tasks they're doing, because I noticed that every week she posted whatever activities we're doing, so that's support where I know that my child is learning letter sounds, or my child is doing syllabus salute this week, or whatever, and you send those resources so I can go along and work with my child to encourage him.
We do our Dibbles assessment beginning of year, middle of year, end of year, and we send home the reports to families, but in the past, there hasn't been a what does it look like and what does that mean? So with our Dibbles night, we wanted to bring families in. We wanted to show them, yes, they have activities suggested on the back of the report, but we wanted to show them what it could look like in action, and then support them so that they know how to support their students at home in regards to Dibbles testing. We had students' Dibbles reports, so parents knew exactly where their students were. We named the goals for each subtest that students needed, and then we talked about how they can practice it at home. And what that looked like is we gave parents the prompt that students would see. We gave them 1-minute timers. We explained that they have to go from left to right. They have to say the letter name and not the sound. We named some of the common errors that we've seen so that they can begin to practice it. And then we took time to practice the prompts. Teachers walked around, helped the parents, helped the students, just so that they had a full understanding, so that when they go home and do it, they're able to be successful with it, with their practice. We see the conversations with parents that attended. They are naming the things that we want to see. If students needed to fix anything or work on anything, the communication became stronger because they were able to see it in action.
So when we think first and second grade literacy, that is part of goal 1 with the superintendent and the Board of Education. So we are increasing proficiency with the Dibbles assessment. So the internal goal set by the district is 53% of our students are at or above for literacy. And so that is what we're going after. We are going after strong skills blocks. We're going after flexible grouping. We are going after really engaging the families in that work to really understand what Dibbles is, where their child is, and how they can support them at home. So it's really important that our teachers know our goals, kids know their goals, but then families also understanding that it's not just about waiting until a child gets to 3rd grade and they have the EOG, but we have to build strong cohorts of kids in K2, strong readers, foundational literacy, and when you invite the parent in and practice with them and then follow up with them. Here are the resources from the district. Here's resources in Spanish. Here's resources in English. Here's how we're using our family engagement dollars to purchase these resources and send them home with you. That just creates increased trust. Kids are loving to come to school even more, and teachers are seeing that our families are practicing at home, and we're seeing increases in proficiency for kids.
They practice with me on teaching me some sight words that I don't really know, and some nothing words. She's like telling me to practice some more on reading to make it to 2nd grade and all those grades. She point to the words and I'm reading it.
I practice sounding out some like hard words whenever I'm at home with my mom. She usually helps me well, we usually do my, it's like a paper with like words on it and sometimes she helps me do it. There's like something on the board letting us know that they would give us some like words for dibbles so I can put it in my vocabulary. And they gave us like a timer with some of the dibbles words. I'm a good reader in my classroom and I know how to sound out words.
This monitoring report is focused on Goal 1, interim measures 1.2 and 1.3, first and second grade. This is the fourth of 5 updates on Goal 1, early literacy, during the 25-26 school year. The 5-year goal is to increase the percent of K-2 students scoring at or above benchmark in early literacy as measured by DIBELS from 67% in June 2023 to 91% by June 2029. We will start by looking at overall goal performance. The annual target for Goal 1 for the 25-26 school year is 79% of K-2 students will be at or above benchmark by the end of the year. Our middle of the year percentage of students at or above benchmark is 63%. We need to increase the percentage of K-2 students at or above benchmark by 16% by the end of the school year. When we compare the middle of year performance of students in grades K-2 over the last 4 years, it is important to note that 63% of K-2 students at or above benchmark is the highest middle of year percentage since we started using the DIBELS assessment during the 22-23 school year. At the end of last school year, 72% of our K-2 students were at or above benchmark. This year, the target is 79%, but we started the year with 54% of students at or above benchmark. We need to increase the percentage of students at or above benchmark this year by 16 percentage points to reach our annual target. Last year, our K-2 students increased 14% between the middle of the year and the end of the year. If we performed at the same rate this school year, we would project that 77% of our K-2 students would be at or above benchmark by the end of this school year. We need to accelerate our rate of improvement by 2% to achieve this target. Here you will see that we need an additional 4,858 students to reach our target. When we look specifically at those students who are not yet at or above benchmark, we see that we have 3,385 students that are currently on track based on our progress monitoring window number 4. We will now look at interim measure 1.2, which is first grade students. The annual target for our first grade students for this year is 80%. Our middle of year percentage of students at or above benchmark is 62%. It should be noted that 62% of first graders at or above benchmark is the highest percentage of at or above students since CMS began using DIBELS in the 22-23 school year. At the end of last year, 72% of first grade students were at or above benchmark, but this year the target is 80%. We started the year with 57% of our students being at or above benchmark and have improved to 62%. We need to increase the percentage by 18% to reach the annual target. Here you see the number of students that are still needed to reach this year's target. And on this slide, you will see that as of maybe a week ago, we have 1,732 students that are needed, and of those students, 982 are currently on track based on progress monitoring window number 4. There are 2 skills that are absolutely essential for success, and you'll see them highlighted. It's nonsense word fluency, correct letter sounds, and oral reading fluency. Finally, we will look at Goal 1, interim measure 1.3, which is data regarding second grade students. The annual target for performance for our second grade students is 74%. When you compare the middle of year performance of second grade students over the last 4 years, you'll see we're at 63%, which again is the highest middle of year benchmark since we started using DIBELS in the 22-23 school year. Last year, we ended the year at 69%, and this year our target is 74%. Here you will see that our total number of students needed to reach our target is 1,123. And when you look more closely at those 1,123 students, you will see that 564 are currently on track based on our progress monitoring window, number 4. For second grade, the middle of year data indicates that there are 3 skills needed for our attention to ensure a strong start and continued progress. They are nonsense word fluency, word reading fluency, and oral reading fluency. And at this time, I'll turn it over to Chair Sneed for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Hill. I will entertain questions backwards looking questions. Board membership.
Yes, as you know, I'm always concerned about where we are in terms of the students that we still need to reach. So we have, as we look at first grade, we got 1,732 students we still need to reach, and then 750 that are off track. What are we doing here to ensure that these students are going to be on track as to make this goal? And what do they look like now?
Yes, so the team has done an outstanding job identifying exactly who those students are. They are tweaking based on the data dashboard that's been created. They know exactly where those students are and exactly the targets that they need to meet in the specific subtest. So for first grade, they're really focusing on nonsense word fluency and also oral reading fluency, and they've noticed that that's where the gap is, but they are intentionally focused on that. I see the team going to, yes. They're going to keep going, but I'll keep talking. So they are focused on those students that need that. So the other thing that I will say, the reason that we feel confident that we're going to meet our target this year is because we have our specialists that are monitoring and pushing in. We have the family resources so parents are able to do the exact same thing that students need in order to be at or above grade level. And also our teachers are really focused on doing that work with students at the teacher table.
Thank you, because that would be my follow-up, that 54%, right, that are not there. And I think you hit on that oral reading fluency. That's so critical as they move. This is the first grade, right, moving on to second grade. Because what you see is that the second graders have not done well on Maze, which is critical in terms of being ready for third grade. So, you know, that is definitely that oral reading fluency to be able to be ready for second grade and also do well in Maze is lacking. So, and I think you're kind of speaking to that. You were speaking of first grade, but that I'm sure what is that same support at second?
Yes, it's the same strategies that we're using with both our first and second grade students, knowing exactly who those students are based on the dashboard, making sure that those students are at the teacher table getting that support, and that support is also matched at home with families.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other backwards? Oh, sorry, to see. Board member Monterey Duval.
Dr. Hill, I know that we just gave out report cards, progress reports? I don't know how they're called anymore. How does that feed into the dibbles and the monitoring? As a parent, I'm seeing this report card. I'm seeing we're measuring words per minute. I'm assuming this is all intentional to then lead up to the greater goal of being college and career readiness. Can you explain to me as a parent how we use those things to get to this point?
Yes. So the Dibbles assessment is given 3 times a year, beginning of the year, middle of the year, and end of the year. And we send those reports home within the amount of time that's reasonable after that benchmark window closes. That window does not always align with the progress reports that you're speaking of, but what you will see incorporated in that progress report is the results of progress monitoring that's happening between the big benchmark windows, if that makes sense. So a great way to think about it is the beginning of the year, middle of the year, and end of the year is like a temperature check. You're checking their temperature. It's like they're going to the doctor and you're checking to see where they are. And then in between, for students to meet this next benchmark, they have to be able to do these things. So that's what they're progress monitoring on, and then parents are getting that in their progress reports. So we're reporting back to parents multiple times on how they did on the actual assessment, and then also how they're doing on their progress monitoring.
Thank you. And one follow-up, is that tied to, let me see, how do I say this? We have a goal that we want to get to. It's different for 3 and under, but we want them to be at a certain level by the end of the year.
Yes.
That would be progressing or even mastering. Are we moving them towards that in this with also preparing them for DIBELS, or are those two different things? For example, if Sally is doing great in DIBELS and above benchmark in DIBELS, doing a bunch above benchmark in iReady, does that mean that they are going to be mastering in certain categories of their report card? Like, is that connected, or are those separate?
They are connected.
Okay.
Yes. So the assessment is a period in time. Then, of course, you have the iReady, so you're looking at those two pieces. And then you're also looking at how students are doing just in their everyday work. And so teachers use that information to inform how they're doing. But ultimately, if students are at or above benchmark, and if they're doing extremely well on their iReady, they are definitely tracking towards being proficient and or grade level proficient and or college and career ready.
Thank you. It sounds like I asked a stupid question, but maybe parents will appreciate it, like being able to connect the dots. Yeah, thank you.
Dr. Hatch?
I think it's forward, sorry.
Oh, I think it's forward. Okay, any backwards?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I'm looking at the strategic adjustments close to the back of the envelope pages at 23, I think it is. Under the student engagement brick, the second bullet point, it says continued use of standard treatment protocol to intervene with students at risk. Can you talk through, to specify what they're at risk of? Are we talking about at risk of not achieving the goal, or the other risk factors we're referring to? And then when it says intervene, can you talk about what strategic adjustments you're referring to when you're intervening with those students that are at risk?
Yes. So the continued use of the standard treatment protocol would be referring specifically to the MTSS, which is the multi-tiered systems of support. So the idea with MTSS is that 80% of students or more would be on or above grade level. So we would be using a standard treatment protocol for any students that need supplemental supports. So that means they need just a little bit before they're on grade level, or students that may need intensive supports. Ideally, those numbers of students that need the intensive supports is much smaller than the number that would need supplemental supports. But the standard treatment protocol refers to if students are showing that they need acceleration in a specific area, then there's a very specific protocol in terms of time and intensity that they would need to be able to address whatever area they needed additional work on. So up on the screen, they have a great example here. So here you see, what page is that? 53. Let me turn to that. Give me 1 minute. Oh, I turned straight to it. So here you see the instructional implications for students. So here's just an example of the data that our teachers and instructional teams would be looking at. And our teachers are trained to do this. And so let me just read what we have here. Our first grade teachers participated in training to help them better understand how their students learn to read. They used a 5-step process to look at student reading scores, focusing on how fast and accurately their child could read out loud. So here you see student A that had strong growth, so you need to continue with regular instruction. Student B had limited growth, so you needed to increase explicit practice. And so when I say explicit practice, there are very specific things that those students needed to work on in order to meet that specific target. And then if their growth was below goal, then we would need to adjust instructional intensity, meaning that that student may need additional supports, obviously beyond what the core instruction would be, but depending on if there are multiple areas that they needed support on, that student might spend more time at a teacher table or with another adult on explicit instruction. And there's standard treatment protocols for each of those areas of areas that need growth.
Just a follow-up, if you could go to slide 8, because I want to talk specifically, look at a particular population of students, so make sure we're talking about the population of students. So would this particular strategy you focus on refer to the 1473?
That's correct.
So they would either receive B or C, or these particularly just the B group, or this just the C group, or this both?
It may be both,
Okay.
because they're off track. So at this level of data, it's pulled up really big that these are the students that are off track. So that means that they're off track even with the intensity of instruction and additional progress monitoring. These students are still off track.
So I have a question. It's particularly about, it's similar to Mr. Ranks, and I don't think, I'm looking at slide 69, but I don't think that is actually what I'm trying to ask about in terms of family engagement. Like looking backwards, it talks about identification of tools like Parent Square and communication tools. How are we measuring, one, that parents are actually using this, or have access to and using this information, and the correlation between that and outcomes? And what have you noticed, like looking backwards in terms of this subset of information?
Yes, so we are approaching the end of the second year of implementation. So the last 2 years, we've really been focused on implementation data, essentially looking at numbers of access, participation in certain events, but not necessarily looking at impact. What we have noticed and what we've started doing is asking families how the support is landing on them. Is it helpful? Is it not helpful? What would they like more of? Things like that. What you saw highlighted this evening is a glimpse in terms of where we're going. So what are specifically at the last superintendent's parent and family advisory committee, we had a session that was specific on this work. And what they told us is that they would really like to have this level of engagement more at the ground level, meaning at the school level. So you saw that demonstrated at Hidden Valley. They were one of the schools that said, we want to try something different, other than the information just being at the district level. So what we've learned is the resources are great. It's one way to reach families. The other way that I will note that we are sharing this information to get it more out to the people is we share these same resources with our partners that are identified to support in this area of work. So if we have any community partners that their specialty when they complete their MOU with us is in the area of early literacy, we then are saying, hey, will you please make sure that your families have access to these materials? But to my point, the feedback that we've heard from parents that participate is it would be great to have this closer at the school level. So this is going in my forward a little bit, because of that learning, what we'll be focusing on more next year is as early as our summer leadership conference, when schools start beginning their school improvement plans, there is already a section in their school improvement plan that talks about family engagement. So we will be asking schools to connect some of their school improvement goals to our goals. I mean, they already have goals that are set for academics, but specifically the lever of family engagement, and then how they can leverage the vetted materials that have already been created at the district level to then support at the school level. So that might look multiple different ways. Some of our schools have asked our family engagement specialists to come out and do a workshop. Some of them have asked, can you please come out and train our staff to do this, because kind of teach us how to fish. We want to do it on our own. And then some of them are using a variety of things, both what they've created, but then definitely tapping into the district created resources. And in terms of monitoring, I believe at the next board meeting, you'll start to get a glimpse in terms of the type of metrics that we will be looking across all of our monitoring reports as it relates to moving beyond implementation metrics to more impact metrics.
So right now, I mean, just looking backwards, and I think you kind of answered my forward-looking question, but right now, we don't necessarily have the tools set up in place to say if this family is engaged in this particular way, then by these particular strategies with engagement with the family, it had this particular impact.
We do not. Those would be impact metrics that we would begin introducing next school year.
Okay. All right. I don't think we have any more backwards, any forwards questions. Dr. Hatch?
Yes. I feel like you chose that video for me, so it was just so special to see it. I remember seeing that story highlighted in the media, so thank you. And so with that, my question is really rooted in, I think in the appendix, it talks about the core action walk. I know we brought this up probably last time. We have like 29.6% of our, I would say, I guess our schools or our classrooms. We're moving to 100% of, and that's under our high quality instruction brick. And so how are we taking really what we saw here today with that effective instruction that's including teachers, parents, grandparents, the principal, at this one school and being able to scale it across the district?
So specifically about what you saw in the video, how are we scaling?
Or just that example of, I'm assuming that we saw that highlighted because of the student outcomes and the achievement that's been there, and you're seeing, to me, the whole village all kind of working together and with that high quality instruction. And so how are we taking that model that's involving everybody, or are we looking to scale that and replicate that across the district?
Yes, absolutely. So a little bit kind of bleeding into what Chair Sneed, what I answered in response to her question, but just to go a little bit deeper, thank you for pointing that out, is that those schools that have been early adopters, we are collecting evidence of success and using that information to help us scale as we move towards next year. So now we have some bright spots that we can point to for how that has worked, how it's impacted, and has it actually made a difference through either student outcomes or even just the efficacy of parents knowing what they need to do to help their child improve. We know that there's not just one thing, but of course research tells us that when families are engaged specifically in academic performance, that it does make a difference. So we are using those bright spots to scale, and that, as I mentioned, will be a part of the school improvement improvement plans for as we move into next school year. So we're really excited about as we close out this year, everybody's looking towards the end of the year, we're already planning for how we're going to open school specifically with that strategy.
I just have one more question. Okay. So we also, I think, see in the data, and you presented it around fluency and comprehension kind of being our lower performance areas, and then thinking about the focus on the lower grades here, but really the impact of third grade. So can you maybe highlight a little bit more on the district-wide strategies of like how we're focusing in on those areas? And I don't know if it's complementary to the first question or not.
No, so you are correct. What we do know is that the number one skill that students in second grade, well, one of the skills that they must achieve in second grade is that oral reading fluency. So you heard us talk a little bit about just fluency in general is a key underlying factor. So when we were talking about kindergarten last time, we were talking about nonsense word fluency. It's the ability to be able to recognize words and sounds, sound them out quickly, put them together, and to read fluently. When students get to third grade, there is first of all, the length of the sheer mass of reading that they have to take in, along with having to break up longer words. If they don't have that fluency from the very beginning, students will not be successful. I'm not sure if the data is here, but we did touch on it last time, that what we know is if students are not on track in kindergarten, their chances of being successful in third grade reduces significantly in first grade and then also in second grade. So we know that we have to, Dr. Jackson, if he's here tonight, would say, he's not here, man, I would say, he always says they have to keep their place in line, right? So students have to keep their place in line, and if they're not where they need to be in line, beginning in kindergarten, we have to accelerate those students. And oral reading fluency is a must in first and also in second grade.
Thank you. Thank you.
Question. Thanks again for all the great information that you provide. That dashboard, I think, is very important and very helpful. I do have a question. I'm not sure whether it fits in current or future about the multi-language learners that we've discussed, and are there any specialized strategies designed to help them, because they're actually learning English and at the same time they're trying to learn how to read. So, and the skills seem to be pretty linked when you're talking about phoneme segmentation and those types of things. Is there anything in particular that you would isolate that might help push them up a little bit? Because I'm referring to slide 43 of the appendix, the numbers that I'm looking at.
Yes, ma'am. There's a couple of things that I would want to point out for our students. So the first thing that I would point out, a strategy that we have, is our district has developed a progress monitoring tool called Alpha, thank you, Alpha, for our multilingual learners, and that's to help inform us how students are acquiring the English language along the way. So we have an assessment that lets us know if students have acquired the language at a certain level, but we don't have a way to progress monitor and check how students are doing along the way. So that would be a specific strategy that we use for all students that are multilingual learners. The other thing that I would add on is that we have our EL curriculum that is layered with, the way that it's designed is to provide on-level instruction for every single student every single day, but then it's also intentional specifically during the skills block to break things up. So students are getting that small group instruction. In addition to that, our ML department has also developed the PACE toolkit. I'm doing great tonight, aren't I? The PACE toolkit that supports students that are multilingual learners, that's a parity to the EL curriculum. And so our teachers have access to lots of different tools in order to support our ML learners. However, I will note that as we move along in our goals, we do know that we have to develop stronger strategies to address our multilingual learners. Those students are moving, but because we have such a large number of multilingual learners, if we don't have really strong strategy beginning in kindergarten, first, second, which we already have, but we need to accelerate, we will not meet our goals. So we do know that that is, while we have very specific strategies in place, that's why I'm really excited about next year, the impact metrics that we'll be looking at.
Okay, great, thank you. Good information. Oh, can I ask one more real
Yes.
question? And this is totally off track, but our third graders are being dibbled also.
And Dibbles?
Uh-huh.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and I remember doing, Maze was tough for a third grader. So it's the big one, right? And it's, I noticed our second year's starting Maze right from the beginning benchmark period. They are doing it now at the beginning of the year. Okay, I was just curious about that because I know when they first introduced Maze as a second grade subtest, we started, I think, second or third quarter before we actually did it. So thanks, good to know.
Looking at slide, what is that? 4, because looking at, so we are currently at middle of the year, we're at 63%. Am I reading that right? Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, sir.
But last year, we were at 59%, middle of the year, but ended up with 17 points and to end up getting close to about 76%. So if we stay on that track, you're saying that we needed to increase by 2% more what we did last year
Yes.
to get to our goal. Can
Yes.
you talk through, because we have the strategic adjustments here, what additional adjustments we're going to be utilizing, what strategic adjustments we're going to utilize to make up that 2%?
Yes.
Different?
There are things that I've already mentioned, but I'll go, when you say different, it's different probably than what's enumerated in the bricks.
And that's what's in the
Yes.
bricks?
Yes, sir. It's just digging deeper into what is in those bricks. So, a couple of things. We have the dashboard, which is new. So we're using that heavily to make sure that we're able to, again, identify those exact students. Well, let me back up. Let me back up. One of the things, I asked a similar question to our school performance assistant superintendents. And what they said is this year they feel like we are much more positioned to be proactive instead of reactive. So let me just tell you what's different. Last year, there was a lot of focus on school skills block, meaning that we were looking at the instructional day, what were the things that needed to be happening and what needed to be happening during those skills blocks. So we pretty much got the structure in place, meaning we set the conditions for students to be successful. This year, they have the data on steroids. So not just having access to the data, but having granular access to the data, knowing what the data means, and knowing the immediate next step. Like the teachers have received professional development, if the student is here, then you do this. It's very prescriptive, meaning they know exactly what to do for the data. The other thing that they are highly focused on is, as I mentioned before, we were kind of looking like, what's the lowest enabling skill, right? Like they do the assessment, the student needs, they're below benchmark, so they need support on this lowest enabling skill. So we've said lowest enabling skill, but we're not going to hold kids back. We know they need to hit this in order to get on or above benchmark. So we're going to progress monitor in both the lowest enabling skill and whatever the skill is that they need. In other words, we're not just remediating, we're accelerating. And because of all of that data, they said that they feel extremely confident that our students, and I think where you will see, if you look for all 3 middle of the year, we're higher, now than we were the year before. And that's a testament to what I just said. They've been able to take all those things and at the beginning of the year accelerate. So I feel very confident that we will be at least 2% higher than we were last school year.
I think that when I look at the graph, yes, we're higher at the middle of the year point, but at the same time realizing our goal is also going higher.
That's right.
Right, so.
That's correct.
Yes, so yeah, it's good that we're going up higher, but at the same time, we have to, if we want to continue that trend to reach our target.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's correct. So we know that we have to accelerate 2
Yes.
percentage points. And again, I feel confident that we'll be able to do that because we know at the granular level who, at this time last year, we knew who the students were, but we weren't so much focused on progress monitoring the way that we are now on those specific skills, all those things that I've talked about, making sure that the specialists are there, the structure, not only the structure during the skills block, but what's actually happening during the skills block. We know that through our classroom, action.
Core action walks.
Thank you, our core action walks. We know exactly what's happening and able to coach teachers and support teachers in real time. And I just have to say that our teachers are killing it.
I agree.
They are killing it. They're doing amazing work.
Thank you.
The question I have is similar to the line of questioning in talking about the number of students that are needed in order to achieve the benchmarks. What resource realignment is necessary? Like, or is there a reassignment of directing the dollars towards different things in order to make sure those students reach to fill in that gap of students that are the number that have been identified in order to reach the benchmark?
No, what we've learned and what our teachers and principals have said is we do not need any more. What we need to do is drill down into what we already have and take a very close look at what's working and then double down on that thing that's working. So if you have all the resources, all the things, all the whatever, but you're not maximizing it, and to the question that was asked earlier about knowing what that exact impact is, then the strategy wouldn't be to just add. It would be to double down on what we're already using and make it work. Now, in a perfect world, the state passed a budget and gave teachers a raise, and we had enough teachers that we needed to serve students and not have to ask the county for, all those things, yes, but in our current state, we do not need any of our current resources redirected in any specific way in order for us to accelerate our goals.
I'm going to ask an additional question about that. So, but is there a mechanism for individuals to a school or a classroom to identify if there is that need? Because all schools aren't the same, all students aren't the same. So how do we make those adjustments in those particular instances?
So all schools have their own budget, right? So they have their own budget, and that's the work of the school improvement team. The school improvement team has a mechanism by which teachers identify what resources they need, so on and so forth. But from the macro level, the way that we collect the needs from the schools comes from the voice of the principal. And we do that early in the budget process, like identifying what it is that you need, all of the things. So that process is captured in our budget process, but in terms of the individual needs of schools and things that teachers might need, that's captured through the school improvement process.
And then my last question is, in looking forward, is there anything that has been identified that you've determined in the future that we need to stop doing because it is not an effective strategy to achieve the goal and benchmarks?
Not as it relates to Goal 1.
Are there any other questions? All right, thank you, Dr. Hill, for that report. Next up, we have the superintendent's recommended plan in response to the 2024 comprehensive review.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Every 4 years, Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools Board of Education policy requires staff to complete a comprehensive review. In the fall of 2023, shortly after I began working in the role of superintendent, the Board of Education discussed what is expected of a comprehensive review. The consensus at that meeting was that the definition of a comprehensive review was a collection of data to be presented to the Board of Education to address policy A-ASGP. The comprehensive review was completed in October 2024 and presented to the Board of Education through a series of meetings. In January 2025, at the Board of Education's annual retreat, the board directed me and staff to develop a plan to address the data presented in the 24 comprehensive review, specifically sections A and B of policy A-ASGP. Tonight, after deep engagement beginning with the board in January at your annual retreat and subsequently with stakeholders in our community, Dr. Bolton Knight and team are prepared to present my recommendation in response to the 2024 comprehensive review. There are some aspects of the plan that require Board of Education action and other aspects of the plan that are operational in nature. Both board action and operational decisions go hand in hand to create what we believe is a strong plan to address what the Board of Education has directed us to do. To be clear, we want to begin with the end in mind, specifically pointing to the actions the board is being asked to vote on. So if we can get to that slide, that would be great. Here on the screen, and a hard copy at your table, you guys should have a very slick document that looks like this. So these are actually the things that we would be asking the board to vote on. So here it's organized for you in the themes: visual and performing arts, IB, LITD, STEM, early and middle colleges, and then some additional programming. Everything else that is presented here tonight is provided as background information and also clarity around how the full plan will be fully implemented. So with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Balknight.
Thank you, Dr. Hill. In December 2024, staff completed the required comprehensive data review of Board Policy S-ASGP, the Student Assignment Plan, through a series of reports to the Board of Education. At the January 31st, 2025 Board Retreat, the Board provided clear direction on priority areas and asked staff to develop a plan for review and consideration. On February the 24th, 2026, we presented the 25-26 draft plan in response to the 2024 comprehensive review. Since that time, staff, alongside our educational consultant, Research Triangle Institute, have been in the community sharing the draft plan and listening directly to all stakeholder feedback. Over the past several weeks, we held more than 126 engagement sessions across all comprehensive high schools. Tonight represents the culmination of that work and the point at which we are providing formal recommendations. We are excited to present the superintendent's recommendation for the 2025-2026 plan in response to the 2024 comprehensive review. The agenda outlines the topics in today's presentation. We will spend time going through each item. As with everything we do in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, we are grounded in what we call our placemat, which outlines our district strategic plan alongside goals and guardrails. We have outlined the recommendations, as Dr. Hill has mentioned, for board approval on May 26, 2026. A copy of these have been placed at your seat, and they are as follows. So I'll walk through the recommendations. The Visual and Performing Arts Choice Program will no longer be offered at Crestdale Middle School, Greenway Park Elementary School, and Long Creek Elementary School. The IB program will no longer be offered at Albemarle Road Middle School or Ranson Middle School. The LITD program will no longer be offered at Tuckasegee Elementary School. Programming will transition to the new IB LITD program at J.M. Alexander Middle School, Piedmont Middle School, Quail Hollow Middle School, Randolph Middle School, Elizabeth Traditional Elementary School, Myers Park Traditional Elementary School, Charles H. Parker Academic Center, Ottawa Elementary School, Irwin Academic Center, Mallard Creek Elementary School, and Shamrock Gardens Elementary School. An IB program will be added to Marie G. Davis Middle School, E.E. Waddell High School. STEM choice programming will no longer be offered at Northeast Middle School, Walter G. Byers K-8 School, and Whitewater Middle School, Wilson STEM Academy, and Harding University High School. A new STEM choice program will be added to Grove Park Elementary School and Second Ward High School. All middle colleges, Cato, Harper, Levine, and Maracas campuses will transition to early colleges, adding 9th and 10th grade students to all programs. The following themes will no longer be offered through program choice: Cambridge, computer science, or leadership. This presentation will provide background information to support the recommendations. All work reflected in the comprehensive data review remains firmly grounded in policy S-ASGP, the student assignment plan. We recognize that S-ASGP is a comprehensive policy containing extensive detail, guidance, and direction that establishes expectations, priorities, and key considerations. This depth and complexity are both intentional and essential as we translate policy into an actionable, data-informed recommended plan. As we continue to review the policy alongside our current programs and practices, we are encouraged by the strong alignment with the mission established by the board. It is important to emphasize that every decision we make remains aligned with all 5 goals in the policy. Additionally, we must continue to advance the implementation of the 2023 bond projects and address other priorities identified by the board and provided to the superintendent. Before discussing recommendations, we want to briefly describe the process and background that informed this work. The board directed staff to concentrate specifically on goals A and B of policy S-ASGP. For today's discussion, as we reflect on prior decisions, we ask that you keep goals A and B at the forefront. Said differently, these goals are choice and access, ensuring equitable program options for all families, and efficiency, maximizing the responsible and strategic use of resources. The board has directed us to develop a meaningful plan informed by feedback from the January 2025 board retreat, insights from Magnet Schools of America, and input from families, staff, and community members. In addition, the district completed a 5-year and 10-year demographic study with Cropper GIS in 2023 to inform enrollment forecasting. I will briefly review the timeline for this work. This work began in February with the initial draft presentation to the board. It included community engagement with RTI from March through April, the final plan in response to the comprehensive review presented to the Board of Education tonight, a public hearing on May 12th, and the Board of Education proposed vote on May 26th. This timeline reflects the fall 2026 community engagement, which will take place this fall and is intentionally focused on school boundary-related decisions. During this phase, staff will return to the community with additional data, draft proposals, and targeted engagement opportunities to gather feedback before any boundary-related recommendations are brought forward for board consideration. Sequencing the work in this way allows families to engage deeply on one topic at a time, rather than being asked to weigh in on multiple complex decisions at the same time. Our community outreach was intentionally designed to be broad, accessible, and transparent. In partnership with Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools Communications Team, we implemented a coordinated district-wide strategy to ensure families have multiple ways to engage and provide feedback while informing our decision. Our first step was to ensure that all families were informed by any proposed changes that could impact them. This communication was shared through principals who have been engaged in this work from the beginning. Over the last several months, we used multiple ways to communicate with internal and external stakeholders. In working with the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools Communications Team, we used Parent Square, school-based communications, social media, the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools website, media outreach, and press conferences to share information and invite participation. This approach allowed us to reach families consistently and equitably, resulting in meaningful input that directly informed the recommendations you'll see this evening. Now I will invite Mr. Mike Martin, Director of Strategic Consulting with Research Triangle Institute, our educational consultant, to share the findings from the community engagement sessions.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Hill. My name is Mike Martin, and I'm an educational consultant for RTI International, and we've partnered with CMS as an independent third-party organization to design and facilitate a district-wide community listening process around the draft plan presented in February. Our role was not to advocate for or against a specific draft plan, but to ensure that voices from across the district were heard, documented, and reflected in the refinement of the plan you're reviewing tonight alongside the superintendent's recommendations. This evening, I will briefly share how the listening process was structured to ensure broad and equitable access, the most consistent and emphasized feedback we heard across the community, and key takeaways that may help inform decision-making and implementation moving forward. Over the course of approximately 2 months, RTI facilitated 126 community listening sessions across all Charlotte-Mecklenburg comprehensive high school sites. We hosted 6 sessions daily, beginning at 7:30 a.m. and continuing through the evening hours to reduce barriers for all interested stakeholders. Sessions were open to all families, staff, and community members. The Office of Student Programs, Planning, and Placement were present at every session to provide clarity on the proposal, while we, RTI, focused on listening, documenting feedback, and identifying recurring themes. In addition to in-person sessions, RTI met with choice program principals, hosted virtual staff office hours, engaged the Superintendent's Advisory Council, and supported an online questionnaire that remained open from February 21st to April 28th. To ensure consistency, every session began with the same 35-minute overview video produced by the Office of Student Programs, Planning, and Placement. This helped ensure all participants were responding to the same information regardless of when and where they engaged. To promote equitable participation, RTI used a digital engagement tool that allowed individuals to submit feedback before group discussion. This ensured that every voice could be captured, not only those most comfortable speaking publicly. Across all sessions, participants were asked 3 consistent questions. What opportunities do you see in the proposed changes? What challenges or concerns do you have? And what questions remain unanswered? So while the feedback was wide-ranging, several themes were consistently raised across geography program areas and transportation zones. One of the consistent themes was world language access district-wide. Stakeholders expressed that proposed shifts could limit access to certain immersion programs, particularly unique offerings available only in specific zones. In multiple communities, families emphasized that transportation changes may disproportionately affect access to languages such as Japanese and German, where no comparable alternatives exist elsewhere in the district. Second, we heard significant feedback related to IB pathways. Community members, particularly in central areas, expressed concern that some pathway adjustments could require students to bypass nearby IB schools, including schools within walking or biking distance, in favor of assignments further from home. Third, there was feedback related to STEM access. Families emphasized alignment with the stated goal that all students should have meaningful access to STEM opportunities regardless of where they live. While some level of consolidation was understood, community members expressed a desire for clarity around how equitable access would be ensured across the district. And finally, beyond those key themes, several additional points surfaced that I want to highlight. There was strong appreciation for the goal of clearer, more predictable K-12 choice pathways. There were ongoing concerns related to transportation travel times, reliability, and how proximity to schools is factored into assignments. There were questions about the removal or consolidation of existing programs and how core instructional elements will continue for students. Requests for assurances regarding sibling guarantees and the ability for currently enrolled students to remain in their schools. And then there were finally questions focused on implementation, particularly professional development, curriculum alignment, admissions criteria, and program rigor as transitions occur. And the final point I'll make is just across many sessions, participants emphasize the importance of the continued investment in neighborhood schools, noting that while choice programs are an important part of the district's portfolio, most students remain enrolled in their assigned neighborhood schools. Overall, the community recognized the complexity of the proposed changes and largely understood the district's goals around clarity, access, and long-term sustainability. We appreciate the opportunity to support CMS in gathering this feedback and to help ensure that community perspectives are reflected as the district moves forward. Thank you, and I will now turn it back over to Dr. Balkman.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. As we focus tonight on program choice, I want to ground our conversation in the broader mission of our district. Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools is home to 185 outstanding schools, and our shared priority is clear: ensuring high-quality programs and learning experiences for every student in every school. While approximately 22,000 of our 139,000 plus students participate in choice programs, our commitment to excellence extends to all students across Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. To advance goal 4 of our strategic plan, career and technical education will separate from school choice starting in the 2027-2028 school year, allowing our CTE programming to increase the number of Tier 1 and Tier 2 credentials offered at every high school. By separating career and technical education pathways from program choice, we can clearly showcase career-focused options while preserving the unique strengths of our academic and specialty programs by offering more robust course offerings. We want to make it easier for families to understand and access the amazing opportunities our district offers. Under the proposed program choice framework, 6 thematic program choice pathways will be offered for families to select from. These themes will create a coherent, predictable continuum for students across elementary, middle, and high school. 5 of the themes, arts, Montessori, STEM, world languages, and IB LITD, will be available along a full K-12 continuum. The 6th theme, early college or college readiness, will serve students in grades 9 through 12. This plan will streamline duplicative choice programs into 6 clearly defined thematic areas, each offered across all 3 transportation zones. Program choice strengthens system stability, scales innovation without fragmentation, and supports socioeconomic and academic diversity. This shift directly supports both Goal A, equitable access, and Goal B, efficient use of district resources, while preserving neighborhood schools. Reducing the number enhances clarity for families, strengthens operational efficiency, and ensures equitable access to high-quality program options district-wide. Creating program continuums within each transportation zone helps families see a clear path from elementary through high school without unnecessary barriers. This approach reduces transportation challenges, balances enrollment, and gives families confidence that their children can grow within a program they love. Ultimately, it's about providing clarity, equity, and a sense of connection for every family in our district. We receive consistent feedback about homeschool availability, so you will hear me say several times tonight that we have 185 great schools, and families will always have access to their assigned home school. Now let's review the 6 proposed themes. We will begin with visual and performing arts. Currently, the visual and performing arts continuum has been established with the opening of the full magnet programming at University Park Creative Arts Elementary, First Ward Creative Arts Middle, and Northwest School of the Arts. Here we have the original draft proposed plan for the visual and performing arts. The superintendent recommends that the visual and performing arts choice program will no longer be offered at Crestdale Middle School, Greenway Park Elementary School, and Long Creek Elementary School. However, all Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools will continue to offer arts enrichment classes, ensuring students still have access to arts education in their home school. Here's another example of the visual and performing arts full magnet continuum. And again, depicted here is the placement of schools within the visual and performing arts continuum. Now let's explore Montessori. The Montessori program has 4 pre-K through 6th grade schools: Lincoln Heights, Highland Mills Montessori, Billingsville, which is currently Chantilly, and Sedgeville. The Montessori program has consistent enrollment across the 3 transportation zones and clear continuums. We propose that the Montessori programs remain as is, with all 3 transportation zones feeding to J.H.E. Williams for grades 7 through 12. Remaining in the Montessori continuum provides consistent, personalized learning that nurtures independence, academic excellence, and social-emotional growth across all developmental stages. The Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools Board of Education approved the renaming of the secondary Montessori school, former Marie G. Davis K-8 site, to J.T. Williams Secondary Montessori on January 27, 2026. The superintendent has no recommendation at this time. The Montessori program will continue as is at these schools: Chantilly Montessori, Highland Mill Montessori, J.T. Williams Montessori, Lincoln Heights Montessori, and Sedgeville Montessori. Here's another visual representation of the Montessori schools in the continuum. Depicted here is the placement of schools within the Montessori continuum. This map represents the proposed future state to be implemented in the 27-28 school year. Billingsville Montessori will open in the fall of 2027 as included in the 2023 bond referendum. Now let's explore International Baccalaureate Learning Immersion Talent Development, also known as IB-LITD. Currently, the Learning Immersion Talent Development LITD programs do not continue beyond elementary school. To address this, the proposal is to create an integrated IB-LITD development pathway that combines IB and LITD programming and ensures a seamless transition into middle school and high school. The ultimate goal is to increase the number of students who graduate with an IB diploma. In our future state, we would like for students who complete the LITD program to continue to an IB-LITD middle school and ultimately graduate from an IB school, ideally with an IB diploma or rigorous coursework. This theme would become the IB-LITD program, and students do not have to be identified as LI or TD in elementary, as all students will participate in the IB program beginning in kindergarten. Students will be exposed to rigorous instruction focused on critical and creative thinking, real-world problem solving, and higher-order thinking skills. As mentioned before, one of the crucial goals of moving into the program choice structure is to provide equitable access to students throughout the district to each of our pathways. In the new structure, we will offer school continuums from elementary to middle to high school in each of our 3 transportation zones. This means that no matter where you live in the district, you now have access to an IB-LITD elementary school that will guarantee you a seat in your zone's IB-LITD continuum schools, including middle and high school. We have another visual representation of what was shared as a part of the draft plan for the IB-LITD continuum. Now let's explore the transportation decision aligned with the superintendent's recommendation by transportation zone.
Makes sense to me.
Here we have a visual representation of the previously presented draft recommendation of the future state of the integrated IB-LITD continuum in violet. Below is the pathway and transportation decision aligned with the superintendent's recommendation. Please notice the changes made based on feedback received. Statesville Road Elementary School has been added to the violet transportation zone. Here we have a visual representation of the previously presented draft recommendation of the future state of the integrated IB-LITD continuum in the green transportation zone. Below is the pathway and transportation decisions aligned with the superintendent's recommendation. Please notice the changes based on feedback received. Myers Park Traditional was moved to the green transportation zone. Here we have a visual representation of the previously presented draft recommendation of the future state of the integrated IB-LITD continuum in the blue transportation zone. Below are the pathway and transportation decisions aligned with the superintendent's recommendation. Please notice the changes made based on feedback received. Randolph Middle School was added as the feeder middle school for Cotswold Elementary. Elizabeth Traditional was moved to the blue transportation zone, and Ballantyne Ridge was removed as a continuum high school and was replaced with Albert Edwin Waddell High School. Ballantyne Ridge High School was removed as a continuum option due to projected future enrollment. Only students assigned to Ballantyne Ridge as their home school will have access to the Ballantyne Ridge IB Baccalaureate program. We have another visual representation of the recommended future state of the integrated IB-LITD continuum. Here we have the original draft proposed plan for the IB-LITD continuum. The superintendent recommends that the International Baccalaureate program no longer be offered at Albemarle Road Middle School and Ranson Middle School. The Learning Immersion Talent Development program will no longer be offered at Tuckasegee Elementary School. The program choice IB will transition to IB-LITD at J.M. Alexander Middle School, Piedmont Middle School, Quail Hollow Middle School, and Randolph Middle School. The superintendent recommends that an international baccalaureate program will be added to Elbert Edwin Waddell High School and Marie G. Davis Middle School. The programming for the following schools transition to IB-LITD program at Elizabeth Traditional Elementary School, Myers Park Traditional Elementary School, Charles H. Parker Academic Center, Ottawa Elementary School, Irwin Academic Center, Mallard Creek Elementary School, and Shamrock Gardens Elementary School. Depicted here is the placement of the schools within the IB-LITD continuum. The map represents the proposed future state to be implemented in the 27-28 school year. Now let's explore world languages. Currently, world languages is a well-utilized program throughout the continuum. To increase efficiency and effectiveness, we are proposing the addition of world languages to Garinger High School, which sits in the Green Transportation Zone. This move would fulfill one of the motions of the 2023 Capital Improvement Plan for Garinger. The continuum model for world languages programming would strengthen the trajectory for students who complete their K-8 language program and continue the program in high school. Here is another visual representation of the previously presented future state of the world languages continuum. Now let's explore the pathway and transportation decision aligned with the superintendent's recommendation by transportation zone. Here we have a visual representation of the previously presented draft recommendation of the future state of the world language continuum in the violet transportation zone. Below is the pathway and transportation decision aligned with the superintendent's recommendation. Please notice there is no change between the draft and the superintendent's recommendation. The Japanese program will continue to be a district-wide program choice, and the transportation will be available in all transportation zones. Here we have a visual representation of the previously presented draft recommendation of the future state of the world language continuum in the green transportation zone. Below is the pathway and transportation decisions aligned with the superintendent's recommendation. Please notice the changes between the draft and the superintendent's recommendation. South Academy of International Languages will be available in the green transportation zone. The Japanese program will continue to be a district-wide program choice, and the transportation will be available in all transportation zones. Here we have a visual representation of the previously presented draft recommendation of the future state of the world language continuum in the blue transportation zone. Below is the pathway and transportation decision aligned with the superintendent's recommendation. Please notice there's no change between the draft and the superintendent's recommendation. The Japanese program will continue to be a district-wide program choice, and transportation will be available in all transportation zones. Here's another visual representation of the recommended future state of the world languages continuum. There is no additional draft proposed plan for the world language continuum. The superintendent has no recommendations at this time. The world language program will continue as is at these schools: Charlotte East Language Academy, Collinswood Language Academy, North Academy of World Languages, North Mecklenburg High School, Oaklawn Language Academy, South Academy of International Languages, and South Mecklenburg High School. Depicted here is the placement of schools within the world languages continuum. The map represents the proposed future state to be implemented in the 27-28 school year. Now let's explore the STEM continuum. Currently, STEM overall has a strong interest and usage throughout the continuum. While all schools include STEM as a part of the standard course of study, the STEM pathway provides a unified experience that emphasizes higher order thinking, hands-on learning, and real-world application. This pathway ensures consistent, developmentally aligned programming that builds intentionally across the K-12 continuum. Here's another visual representation of the previously presented future state of the STEM continuum. Now let's explore the pathway and transportation decision aligned with the superintendent's recommendation by transportation zone. Here we have a visual representation of the previously presented draft recommendation of the future state of the world language continuum in the violet transportation zone. Below is the pathway and transportation decisions aligned with the superintendent's recommendation. Please notice the changes made based on feedback received. The high school continuums were adjusted to include both Philip O. Berry and Second Ward High School for all students. Here we have a visual representation of the previously presented draft recommendation of the future state of the world language continuum in the green transportation zone. Below is the pathway and transportation decisions aligned with the superintendent's recommendation. Please notice the changes made based on feedback received. Grove Park Elementary School was added as the continuum elementary school to Northridge Middle School. The high school continuums were adjusted to include both Philip O'Berry and Second Ward High School for all schools. Here we have a visual representation of the previously presented draft recommendation of the future state of the world language continuum in the blue transportation zone. Below is the pathway and transportation decisions aligned with the superintendent's recommendation. Please notice the changes made based on feedback received. The high school continuums were adjusted to include both Philip O'Berry and Second Ward High School for all schools. Here we have the original draft proposed plans for the STEM continuum. The superintendent recommends the STEM Choice Program will no longer be offered at Northeast Middle School, Walter G. Byers K-8 School, Whitewater Middle School, Wilson STEM Academy, and Harding University High School. The superintendent recommends that a new STEM program be added to the following schools: Grove Park Elementary School and Second Ward High School. Depicted here is the placement of schools within the STEM continuum. The map represents the proposed future state to be implemented in the 27-28 school year. And finally, let's review early middle colleges. Currently, Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools offers four early colleges: Central Piedmont, Charlotte Teacher, Charlotte Engineering, and the newly added Hawthorne, and 4 middle colleges: Cato, Harper, Levine, and Marrancas. Early colleges serve 9th through 12th grade students, and middle colleges serve 11th and 12th grade students. The proposal to convert all middle college programs to early colleges in the 27-28 school year allows more students to have access and the opportunity to take college courses while completing their high school graduation requirements, beginning at 9th grade instead of 11th grade. In addition to earning a high school diploma, students can earn up to 2 years of transferable college credit, tuition-free. Given the rigor of completing both the high school diploma and 2 years of college credit, students have an additional year to graduate if needed. There is a significant demand for the early college model, with over 800 students on the wait list for the 26-27 school year. Our early colleges have earned either an A or a B rating from the state and consistently maintain a graduation rate above 95%. For the current year, students are on track to earn 72,540 college credit hours, representing more than $21.2 million in potential tuition savings for Charlotte-Mecklenburg school families. By converting middle colleges to early colleges, the district can preserve the benefits of small communities while offering clearer value, stronger program coherence, and more equitable access to advanced academic and career opportunities for students. This expansion would increase enrollment capacity by 800 students for the 27-28 school year, eliminating current wait lists at early colleges and opening access to many more families. Our middle colleges do not have a wait list, and they still have available seats. We can also support our juniors through dual enrollment if they choose to pursue a 2-year associate's degree, as we offer dual enrollment at all high schools and Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. Here we have the original draft proposed plans for early college continuums. The superintendent recommends that all middle colleges transition to early colleges, adding 9th and 10th grade students to all programs. The current early colleges, Central Piedmont, Charlotte Teacher, Charlotte Engineering, and Hawthorne, will remain district-wide magnets. The 4 middle colleges, Cato, Harper, Levine, and Marrancas, will convert to early colleges and serve the transportation zone they sit in as depicted here. Depicted here is the placement of early college schools. The map represents the proposed future state to be implemented in the 27-28 school year. Now let's take a moment to review the transition options available to families should these recommendations be approved. In the onset of the program's transition, rising 5th, 8th, and 12th grade students who choose to remain at their current school to complete their terminal grade will continue to receive transportation for the 27-28 school year. Students who already have a seat in an impacted school may remain if they choose, provided transfer requirements are met. If transfer requirements are met, the student will be allowed to remain. Transportation will not be provided. Students wishing to continue in the same choice program will receive priority placement through the lottery. Transportation will be provided within your assigned transportation zone. The student programs planning and placement team will work closely with each family. The following slides are a summary of the superintendent's recommendation for the 25-26 plan in response to the 2024 comprehensive review. It is recommended that the Visual and Performing Arts Choice Program no longer be offered at Crestdale Middle School, Greenway Park Elementary School, and Long Creek Elementary School. It is recommended that the International Baccalaureate Program no longer be offered at Albemarle Road Middle School and Ranson Middle School. It is recommended that the Learning Immersion Talent Development Program no longer be offered at Tuckasegee Elementary School. It is recommended that the Program Choice International Baccalaureate transition to the International Baccalaureate LITD program at J.M. Alexander Middle School, Piedmont Middle School, Quail Hollow Middle School, and Randolph Middle School. It is recommended that an International Baccalaureate program be added to Elbert Edwin Waddell High School and Marie G. Davis Middle School. It is recommended that the programming at the following schools transition to the International Baccalaureate LITD program at Elizabeth Traditional Elementary, Myers Park Traditional Elementary, Charles H. Parker, Idlewild Elementary, Urban Academic Center, Mallard Creek Elementary, and Shamrock Gardens Elementary. It is recommended that the STEM choice programs no longer be offered at Northeast Middle School, Walter G. Byers K-8 School, Whitewater Middle School, Wilson STEM Academy, and Harding University High School. It is recommended that a new STEM program be added to the Grove Park Elementary School and Second Ward High School. It is recommended that all current middle colleges, Cato, Harper, Levine, and Maracus, transition to early colleges, adding 9th and 10th grade students to all programs. It is recommended that the following programmatic themes no longer be offered: Cambridge, computer science, and leadership. Thank you for your time and your attention to this important information. I will now turn it over to Chair Sneed for questions.
Great. Thank you for that, Dr. Bachnight. That was a lot. So board members, how I think I'm gonna do the questions is by sections. So we can just kind of go through this in that way, so we're not kind of all over the place. We can stay within the programmatic themes and the themes of this presentation. So I'm just gonna kind of flip through this and then ask, particular sections, are there any questions? So I'm gonna start with the beginning. Are there any questions about the placemat?
No, we're gonna go slide by slide?
No.
Oh.
Just wondering if y'all had questions about the placemat. So the first thing is, the first question I have a kind of level set about, just so board members' minds can be, so we can be set on the decisions that we have to make. I just want to be clear. Several rounds of voting, yes? I mean, we're not voting on everything at once that's in this presentation, is that correct?
We have several recommendations, so you could take each of them in May as an individual recommendation and vote on them separately. Is that the question?
So in May, we will be voting on each program choice that is listed on
The placemat, yes, ma'am.
on this placemat. And then what about the transportation patterns or any of that? Is that voted on? Are you asking for us to make any decisions on that at the same time?
As Dr. Hill has shared, those are operational decisions, so depending on the outcome of the vote, that could impact the transportation recommendations, but that is more operational, so those do not require a vote.
So then that's transportation, and then when we talk about the boundaries, then that is a separate vote.
We haven't started the boundary work. That would be this fall. So, for example, we have several schools in the bond package that will need attendance boundaries. Garinger comes to mind, so we'll go back out to the community this fall and get, not Garinger, I'm sorry, E.E. Waddell, Albert Edwin Waddell. And so we'll go back out to the community this fall and get information about boundaries and come back through the same process with the board after we've gathered community feedback and make recommendations.
Okay, so I think we kind of level set it on that, on what decisions we'll be making and when. And so the first set of questions I'll take is particularly about, the first section of this is the RTI Community Outreach Report. If there are any questions about the outreach. Board Member Haynes.
So thank you very much for conducting all of those sessions. I was able to attend a couple of them. Quick question. We had 126 sessions, but in those in-person sessions, how many respondents did we have? And also, did we set a sample size in terms of how many respondents we wanted to receive? And that's combined with the survey, because that counts as a response as well.
Yeah, we actually are finishing up the collection of all that data and are packaging it together and are happy to provide that, and are doing so shortly. We didn't set a particular sample size necessarily. We really wanted to just hear generally from the community. And folks, I think, very much responded, and we have a very clear set of themes from that. But we'll be happy to provide the specific counts for each of the sessions.
Sure, so one more follow-up, is that okay? If for some reason you go back to that data and maybe you recognize that we don't have a strong enough sample, or maybe if it comes back to us and we don't feel like, say, in District 2, we had enough respondents, is there an opportunity for more engagement, and will that be more rigorous than what we previously had?
Can I speak to the process? I'm not going to speak for RTI, but the process is that we present the recommendation today. There's a public hearing. Now, the board could direct us to go back out into the community, but if we go back out into the community to gather more feedback, because they also are able to come to the public hearing and give feedback, but as we shared earlier, if we go back out into the community, then we would start the process over to be fair and consistent to provide opportunities for the entire community, because that could impact the recommendation. I know previously that's been a frustration from our community that we've gone back out and changed after the public hearing.
So yes, keeping that in mind, what my question was if after RTI comes back, and though we haven't had a good sample of respondents, is there an opportunity from our side, not speaking for RTI, to go back into the community and have more rigor around that? Because in all fairness, and you probably can understand how if only a certain amount of people responded, they'll feel like they didn't get the opportunity, and then come time for their children to be assigned, it will be oops.
So let me speak to a couple things. So as we shared, we met with every principal, their staff, multiple times with the principal to get feedback. And then we went to all of the high schools, because the thinking was that ultimately all of the families end up at the high schools. So that's how we felt we touched each community. We also held press conferences and did other things to communicate with families on the front end. And then the principals that were hosting the community events sent information out for us as well. The other thing that we will do, that we've already done, that we've already started doing, so for example, some of our families are transitioning even next year. I think about the Marie G. Davis families that are transitioning, because that's now transitioned to J.T. Williams. The planning, placement, and programming team, they went over to the school, met with families, and families that did not come, they actually called each family. So we, as we talked about in the presentation, even throughout the process, we'll touch every family. Now, you may say, well, that's potentially after a decision has been made, but we've made every effort on this end to communicate with families. But we don't want still families to say, oh, I wasn't aware, or I just moved to the community and wasn't here when the feedback was being given. We also, as a part of this process moving forward, is that we contact every family. We go to the school and set up and meet with families, and then those that don't come to the event, we then call those families to make sure that they have the option of, if they're in a terminal grade, they can stay at the school. If they're not in a terminal grade, if they can provide transportation, we'll give them a transfer. Or if they want to go, like Marie G. Davis kids, that's an IB school, then do you want to go to an IB school? So we work with them and give them all their choices, so they don't have to figure it out, and they don't have to go through the process like a new family would.
Thank you. I appreciate all the work that's gone into this. I know that sometimes bringing people out is not low-lying fruit.
Board membership.
Yeah. In line with the, I guess, RTI, you've had some across, engagement and several key takeaways. What are we going to do with these takeaways in terms of, for example, the IB program? The community members expressed that, and I've heard this one, some proposed IB pathways shifts would bypass nearby schools, and I can even have an example of one actually offering the same program with them walking or biking distance, and instead they would go further, traveling to school. Are we really hearing this, and where are we going with it?
Yes, ma'am. I think that those that did come out to community meetings will feel like they definitely had a big part of the decision-making. Now, we couldn't do everything that the community asked, because if you do one thing, that creates another thing. However, we believe that other than potentially one or two things, all the things that the community gave us feedback, They were good suggestions that we included in our recommendations to the board. And so, for example, oftentimes families will say, my child could walk to this school or bike to this school, but we also have to look at long-term. Number one, is there space for that feeder to continue? And one of the things that we're doing from an operational efficiency perspective is trying to also put programs in feeders so that there's a violet clear pathway, a green transportation, and a blue. And so some families would say, well, I love my elementary option, not crazy about my middle school option, but I love my high school option. So then we talk to them, because in those situations, you have to weigh I can bike to my middle school, but I don't have a desire to stay in the pathway for that high school. And one of the things that this is set on, and it's part of the policy, is providing transportation efficiencies. Because as we create those efficiencies, we're going to reduce the time on a bus for our families that are in magnet programs, which we've heard concerns about. That's some of the things that RTI gathered from families coming to the sessions. In addition, as we save money over time, then that's money that we can continue to pour back into these programs as we make them continue to improve their programming and make them the gold standard.
And a follow-up, for those who though would be, for families who are saying, I live right here, I can use Cotswold, and I can go to the IB at Randolph, but the way I'm looking at this now, you got me shifting somewhere else. What about those who?
So the other thing that families have the option to do is that, for example, if I'm in the violet transportation zone and I want to go to school A for elementary, school B for middle, and B happens to not be in my transportation zone, they can still apply outside their transportation zone for a choice seat. They just have to agree, if they get the seat, to provide their own transportation. So they're not still excluded from that, but that also means that they would have to, that program would have to have space for them. Then they could also go back to their transportation zone for high school. So there's still an option for those families to do those things. But we're, again, trying to provide equity and access consistent in all the transportation zones. But to your point, if I'm closer to this school and I can provide transportation, whether it's walking, biking, or my parents taking me, then those families can make the decision.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Baltnight, if I could just add one thing to what you said, please, back to Board Member Haynes' question. I just want to let you know that we did direct communication with families prior to us going out for engagement to all impacted families in all the impacted schools, to let them know that we were going to be out in the community, what we would be talking about. So I just wanted to add that we did do that prior communication, prior to even going out in the community.
Well, you'll give me the data that shows
Yes,
what you
ma'am.
did. Yeah, thank you.
Vice Chair Rankin.
This question is for RTI. You're in the process of collecting the data, completing your report. Will you be in the process of collecting demographical data of who attended and other different categories? So will that be a part of the report?
We did not collect that data. We basically, in holding throughout the district, we wanted to provide access through that way. We did not collect demographic data.
Will the data or the report show, maybe not demographical, but if we're divided up into 6 districts?
Geographical.
So would it be based on by our school districts, or would it just be the high school, or how would that work?
We can definitely break it out by the geography of where the meeting was held.
So by the high school?
Yeah, by the high school.
By the high school. So could we have it by district? If we have, because we know what the districts are, we know where the high schools are located.
We can work with RTI and put all the high schools that sit in certain districts. I think that's what you're asking, by board member district. Is that what
Yes.
you're asking? Yes.
That's not what he's asking. Sorry.
What?
Know you well. Can I pipe in? That's not what he's asking. He's asking the participants that came, is there any way to identify where those participants reside in Mecklenburg County, regardless of the location that they went to? And the answer to that question is no, because when we intentionally set it up across, I may live in this district, but I work over here, or my child has childcare over here, which is why we set it at every single high school, understanding that the school that's in your district. For example, I live in Board Chair Sneed's district, but that wouldn't be the closest high school for me to attend if I was going after work.
Okay.
So, you have enough follow-up?
No, I'm good.
I'm real concerned about this. Because that means we don't have any measure of where we may be deficient in reaching people. I just am concerned about it. I don't know how we don't have their home location, we don't have their school location, we just have where they showed up. I mean, I can tell you one complaint that I received was, I mean, people were showing up in different districts, particularly, possibly, I don't even know if this is possible to have influence on something that happens at another school. You get what I'm saying? So I don't know how we're quantifying the information if we don't have that data. Like, so what are your suggestions in terms of how we're, as an expert in this space, how we're making sure that we have robust information that is representative of across the districts?
Yeah, I think there are two things we can do. So I think the questionnaire would have the school affiliation. So that would be, we would have that data. And then I think once we compile the localized data, I think we can look at it to determine whether, what the trends are and see if there's any patterns in that data. But we did not collect that data for the in-person sessions, but we will have them localized and can see sort of where attendance was highest.
I need you to explain that a little bit more. So you're saying, well, let me just ask it simply. When a person showed up in person at whatever school, Garinger High School, what information did you collect about the people? I got the questions that you asked them, but what information did you collect about the people attending?
So we basically collected no information about them.
Yeah.
So that means,
The other thing that I want to lift up is that a part of why, when we were working with them to get this established, is because we shared the same presentation across the district at every session. People could come and talk about anything, but the other thing is today, in our choice program, you could drive across the county or be in a magnet program. So it may be important to tie it back to their home school, but like some of the families came just to say, do I still get to go to my home school? So I'm not quite sure where they are attending is as much or is as important as the school that they came to express concerns about. But we can certainly work with RTI to get the data and gather feedback from the board about what you feel like we're missing in the data that was collected.
Yeah, I have to challenge that because I know that is one, it's hard to get people engaged, and engagement looks different for different communities, right? So I understand the concept of making sure we're in every high school in all of the areas. Like, get that, totally makes sense. But I understand, and I'll give a real world example from this, not all of this current board. I think we were collecting information about what people wanted to have in a superintendent, what characteristics, what they want a superintendent to know and be able to do. And so because we collected the information that collected, there was a person hired to do it, we could see on the map, it was a whole section of folks missing. So what we did was ourselves go and fill in that gap so that we could have a robust, to make sure we're reaching all of our community. I'll see what you guys come up with, but I'm very concerned about that we may not have good data.
Dr. Hatch had a question.
Well, yeah, I'll just speak to that. Thank you for that perspective, and I apologize on behalf of the team that we did not capture that was the desire of the board when we started early. The reasoning behind hiring a third party was to make sure that the information that was collected was unbiased. That was the the main reason that we engaged. Having a neutral party, being able to collect the information and respond. I at no time, or I don't believe the staff knew at any time, that it was the desire of the board to know where individuals resided as they engaged in the community. I believe that we have offered numerous opportunities for engagement, specifically direct communication with those families that may be impacted, but I certainly understand the board's trepidation. So what we certainly could do is pause, but as shared earlier with the board, that this information has to be locked and ready to go, because while it does not impact this coming school year, this plan impacts the 27-28 school year. And so all of our choice programs have to be locked and ready to go no later than mid-August as we prepare for choice season, which of course begins in the fall. So in the fall, we'll have our Endless Possibilities Fair, all of that, and then parents will be making their choice in December. So we have as we explained with the board, we have a really tight timeline around this. So if the board does not feel like, after the information is shared, that there's not been enough engagement, we can certainly pause, and then said plan would not go into effect until the 28-29 school year. That's certainly an option.
Dr. Hedge?
Yep. Dr. Balknight, based off kind of what you know about the community and the work that has been done with RTI, and then also understanding kind of the board's role and community voice, was there adequate participation in all of the comprehensive high schools? If you were to take a step back, do you feel like there was any gaps, or do you feel like it was covered? Because I know from amount of sessions, yes, but then I think when I'm hearing around participation, are there opportunities, or are you like, you know what, I looked at this, I've seen the place packed out, so just curious on your thoughts on it.
We had different high schools that had more participants, but I also want to remind everyone that we have 22,000 people that participate in choice. So, like I said, a lot of families came just to say, make sure that you remember that we have a great homeschool. That's a great choice. We also went to all the schools that were impacted. And so if there was a school that was going to no longer have a choice program, those families were aware. We met with their staff, we met with their principals, we communicated. And so we feel like we did lots of community engagement. And what we also heard was, this seems like a fair plan. So I do feel like we got lots of community feedback and engagement. I understand what you all are saying about maybe there's an area that did not come or come out to support. We had a school, for example, last year when we were doing community feedback, and no one came to any sessions. And we were directed by the board to go back out, and we did, and actually reached out into the community, and no one still came. But that doesn't mean that they don't need to be taken care of. So as I shared, Ms. Serbick and her team went out to that school, met with all the families that came to the event, and then those that did not come, we actually called those families and made sure that we talked to every family to make sure that they were aware and knew their options. So whatever the decision, if the decision is made to move forward, we're still going to reach out to families, whether they've engaged for whatever reason this time or not. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah. Was there a school like that this time around?
Yes.
Okay.
There were some high schools where we had maybe one or two people, and then there were some where we had lots of people, and we had some families that came to multiple events.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Balknight. I went to a few of the sessions, and it was a mixed bag. But as I said initially when you rolled out the process, that I thought this was great. I think we missed an opportunity here. None of us really thought about it, or we would have asked for it, right? So,
Well, I do want to say that
but-
it is not necessarily our role for us to figure it out.
I know that. But is there any way that you can just look at the numbers themselves and make any kind of assessments or decisions or bring in any conclusions about communities that might have been not as engaged as we would like them to be? And is there anything of all the data that we collected, or that y'all collected, that would help us make those, pull out that kind of information? And if we do, if we can figure it out, what do you think we could what could we do? Because I hear what you said about you offer it once, nobody comes, you offer it twice, nobody comes. You know, that's gonna make me put on my mom hat and say, hey, you didn't bother to show up. But we understand, you know, it is a complicated thing, and it's hard to reach people. So is there anything that can be done in a quick way? Either phone surveys or something else? Anything that y'all could think of?
We felt like we had a robust communication plan. Clearly, we should have collected demographic information. So we'll need to go back and work with RTI to figure out what next steps would be, and as Dr. Hill said, with the timeline as well.
Because I think the last thing anybody wants is for anybody to feel like, wait,
That's right.
I wasn't involved.
We
And
want as
maybe
much
it was,
feedback
I was
and
in the
engagement
hospital
as
for a whole
possible.
month or something and couldn't. You never know.
Vice Chair Rankin.
Also, on this a point of clarity. My question was not rooted in an assumption that there was nothing collected or that we didn't reach a particular target. I want to be clear on, did we collect certain data points? That's what my question is rooted in. Not to make the assumption that that a particular group was left out. I understand the strategy around doing all the high schools, because guess what? All the high schools are in all the different areas around the city. So if there was participation in there, maybe we had the participation that we're talking about. But I would like to ask RTI, based on the data that was received and where they're located, can there be an educated assumption or guess around participants who went to those particular sessions?
So I think let us compile the data together, and I think we can look at that. And there were certainly places where fewer folks showed up, and I think our assumption is that the implications weren't as that there just wasn't as much interest there. But I think when we pull it together, I think we can look at the data, look where there was especially high participation, and then think about how we can address any concerns, right? Because I think, in places where parents didn't show up, it may be because the implications weren't, that
there's no changes there.
There weren't changes, or there wasn't an underlying kind of common concern in that community.
Okay. All right.
Board Member Haynes.
So I'll go back to the original question, which was, I do want to see, you said you captured so much information in the survey data. In other words, if people did, because I sent that survey out myself, so in my mind, if people filled out the survey, that at least says that they responded. I really want to know of all of these things, kind of what happened, and that information would have been helpful for us tonight, because it's very difficult for us to make a decision when we don't have all of the information to know who responded in our community. Sure. And why.
So I think the question for you is, when will this information that you have be available?
I think within the next week.
The next week, okay.
I think.
All right, any more questions about, for RTI and the engagement? All right, so I'm gonna move on to the next, I'm gonna move to the program choice themes. The first one is the visual and performing arts. And then, yes, the visual and performing arts recommendations, superintendent recommendations. Are there any questions about that? Board Member Haynes.
This one is just to help members of the community that have asked me this question. Dr. Balknight, can you speak to the rationale around eliminating some programs and kind of narrowing down the choices in the way that we did? Can you please elaborate on that?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, and thank you for that question. These are district-wide magnets, so that means that every child in any school would have an opportunity to apply for a seat in the elementary, middle, and high school. And so the schools that we're talking about no longer offering the arts programs. As we've talked about, we want to consolidate our resources, and so we want to make sure that we have a gold standard at each of our programs that we offer. We have inconsistent offerings at these schools, inconsistent levels of staffing and training, and so to bring them to district-wide magnets, because we have Northwest School of the Arts, we all know, is a national showcase school. Many of our kids there go on to Broadway. In fact, we have a child right now on American Idol. And so we know that we have a gold standard here in Charlotte, and we want to make sure that we cultivate that, and we feel like consolidating into one program that we will be able to help kids at the elementary level, whether they have the resources at home or not, to cultivate those gifts and talents that they have through the middle school process and high school. In addition, the big key thing across all of the themes is that they're inconsistently offered. And when a parent makes a decision to put a child on the bus outside of their attendance zone, we want to make sure that that child is going to school with all the offerings and trainings that the teachers are going to be able to receive and support, so that the resources are consistent in these programs that we're identifying as program choice. And so you're choosing the program and not a school going forward.
Can you clarify what might happen to the neighborhood schools, and are they losing resources?
So the neighborhood schools have always had arts and will continue to have arts. So the parents of these schools will still have access to arts programming, whether it's their home school or they decide to finish out their middle school at Crestdale, they'll still have access to arts programming, as every school in the district does. That's a staple in our district. We strongly support the arts.
Thank you.
Any other questions about visual and program choice? I just have one question. In terms of seats, and I feel like you've talked about this before and I just don't remember, and I don't see it in here. What impact will this have on the number of seats available by grade level? Like, for any particular grade level, will there be any increase? Well, I guess my question is, will there be a decrease, is probably really what I want to know. Decrease in program being able to participate in this?
It'll be an increase because the board approved each of these schools, University Creative Arts, First Ward, and Northwest, to be independent standalone magnet programs, so they have no attendance boundaries. So every seat in those schools is magnet. A magnet school is much harder to fill because you have to have the interest. So we also want to consolidate our students that have that interest as well, to make sure that we leverage and utilize, as one of the other goals of the policy, is to fill those schools at capacity.
Oh,
Could I ask a specific number, like the total number of seats? And I think I understand that when they enter Northwest School, high school, they do have to get through on their auditions, correct?
I'll answer the question about auditions, and I'll ask KB if she'll pull up the enrollment numbers for each of the schools. So what we've said in elementary and middle, that we will work with families that are interested in the arts program, and we will have things, or we have things there to support and cultivate that line up with the pathway at the high school, so that when they get to high school and get ready to audition, that we have also supported their opportunities to become better in that art, whatever the choice is, so that they can get one of those seats at the high school. But once they get to the high school, they do have to audition and get the seat there, and that's the one program that's a little different. Can you give us the enrollment numbers for elementary, middle, and high?
if she can.
We can come back to that if
Yeah,
that's okay.
yeah, she might be able to just send it to us
Okay.
by email.
Okay, that's
Put that
fine.
down on your parking lot questions. Next, was this about Montessori?
We're not there.
We're not there yet. I'm flipping through this one, the big
Got my
packet.
hand up.
So next, any questions about Montessori? So that's like starting at page like 31.
Those don't have recommendations, though. Recommendations.
But it did change. There were new recommendations for, were there any new recommendations for Montessori?
No.
Montessori was to stay the same.
Montessori stayed the same, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going on to the next. Okay, now IB. Dr. Witherspoon.
Thank you. One of the things that came out, I heard from RBI was investment in neighborhood schools. As I look at the schools that the programs will be transitioning out of, talk about Albemarle Road, Ranson, even into STEM, Wilson and Harding. So it's not the idea that they're losing something. What investment is going into these schools to ensure that those schools are continue to strengthen after these programs are transitioned out?
So as we shared, I think on April the 14th and then one previously, we talked about each of the 6 programs and specifically how they would be supported. And so that's a great call out, that one of the things that we talked about as you add LITD and IB, students oftentimes are going currently to our LITD schools, and then at a certain grade level, they need to identify as gifted. And then what you see, if they don't qualify or identify as gifted, then you see very different things happening in the same school building. And what we're saying is that one of the most important things when you talk about culture is that everyone needs to feel a part of the same school community. And so if you have IB, LITD, everyone gets to participate. So that's thing one. It's a whole school. So you go there and we will certainly identify your giftedness and work with you to qualify for LITD. But if you don't, you're still a part of the IB program, and it's still a rigorous opportunity for students, because every child's not going to qualify for LITD, and that's okay. And then when they continue in that pathway to middle school, they'll get opportunities to take more high school courses in middle school. That's a part of that pathway. And so that when they get to high school, they have more space on their schedule to whether they do the IB diploma, do AP, do dual enrollment, whatever the case. And then on the teacher side, when we have fewer schools, then we can concentrate our professional development for those teachers, ensure that every teacher in those schools, they've had the IB training, they at least have the local endorsement for the LITD, which that is not happening today. We have schools in our district today that may not even have an IB coordinator, and we're saying they're an IB school. And that's why it's important for us to reduce so that we can stay within our budget for a magnet program for our 22,000 kids, but also make sure that we're offering the gold standard to every child, no matter the transportation zone or school, a core experience if they choose to leave their home school.
One follow-up. What happened to the teachers, the IB teachers that are at these schools, or if we have a coordinator there?
So if we have a school that currently is an IB program that we're recommended to not have an IB program, so we have a middle school that has very low enrollment. A lot of those schools don't have an IB coordinator because that was already a decision made previously that if you have such a small number when you're trying to consolidate those resources. But we would welcome teachers that want to continue to be a part of the IB program to work with our human resources team to make sure they get an opportunity to go to one of those schools if there's a space for them. Because we have spaces all the time in our schools, and it takes a while to get like the Montessori training or the IB training. It takes a while. So if you're at a school and you have that training, we get real excited about making sure that we can connect you with one of those programs.
One follow-up. Yeah. Who pays for the training?
The district.
Board membership.
Yeah, that was kind of part of mine too, is as we talk about this, I'm really familiar with, of course, the LITD program. That's a different program from an IB, really, when you think about IB. So mixing these, what will that look like in terms of resources too, and in terms of teacher support? And because if you're talking about LIT, you didn't have a facilitator, you may not have had a facilitator, you may not have had all those resources you need. What kind of funds and resources are we planning? Do we have it to put in these?
So first of all, let me just say that the team here locally did not say, put LITD and IB together. We reached out to the state and to the national organizations, and they said that happens across the country. They think it's a great practice to leverage. And so the other thing that we talked about, because to your point, they're very different programs and the kids will have very different needs, it'll be scaffolded differently. So these schools would have both supports. They'd have the LITD support as well as the IB support, because it'll take a while for teachers to get the local endorsement if they don't have it for LITD. And it will also take time, even for an elementary school, for the entire staff to be trained, because that will change the entire culture and how they will operate within the school. I like to say a rising tide raises all ships, because all of the kids in those schools will be challenged in rigorous instruction. So families will need to make the decision if that's the environment at even a higher level, the expectation of how programs, projects, and it will be different. And that's what we've said from the beginning. If we're going to reduce the number of program themes, that we want to take the funding that we're using across all these programs, 71 in the district, when we reduce those numbers, then we can concentrate those funds to make them really strong. And it costs a lot to train a teacher in Montessori. It costs a lot to train a teacher in IB. So to make sure we can concentrate those funds.
And follow-up is not a necessary fit necessarily because you're gifted, you're going to be ready to go to IB program.
Right, that's right.
Haven't had.
And you don't have to be gifted to do IB.
That's right, and you don't have to be gifted.
That's
to do
exactly
IB.
right.
So to really make sure there's an understanding of that when you start mixing these programs, because some going to believe that is the natural line.
But children can be successful if they have that rigorous opportunity at elementary to participate in dual enrollment, an IB diploma, all the things. As we talk about goal 4, we want to have more kids with an opportunity, even the state superintendent, in AP, IB, CT, and all those things. We have AP, CT courses. So if they get that opportunity at elementary, we're just saying that we're building them to those accelerated pathways in high school.
Thank you.
Board Member Stone.
Thank you. Dr. Balton, I know this is kind of taking a trail off of the IB thing, but I'm going to link something. You mentioned IB coordinators will be present in each school, right?
Yes.
Did I understand that
Yes.
correctly? Is there an IB coordinator type person in central office as well?
Yes, our advanced studies team supports IB. But the other thing that we also were able to do, as we talked about in our previous presentation, some of the work that we could do operationally is that we didn't want one person in the district to own any one thing. There's so many aspects to making sure an IB school is strong. So we have our assistant superintendents that have been identified as the IB expert, and they're going to the training with the principals, so they can also monitor that from the administrative level. And then we do have a district team that supports each of these programs. So it's a variety of people, but it's intentional. It used to be just one department, and one department of 3 or 4 people could not be experts in all those areas.
Well, here's my question then. Is that replicated in a Montessori program where you do need a subject matter expert to make sure it's properly being executed? So
Yes, ma'am. We have advanced studies supports Montessori, but we also have an assistant superintendent. Our assistant superintendent has changed, so our new assistant superintendent in that area will need to be trained. But the expectation is, especially at the elementary level, the K-6 level, that assistant superintendent will be trained just like the teachers in the school, because again, if we don't have the leader owning and understanding to hold the principal accountable and the teachers accountable and make sure parents understand when they come to the assistant superintendent with questions. So it is, you're exactly right, the executive director, all of those folks are trained, as well as the advanced studies folks that support Montessori. So it's not just a school that's the expert in Montessori. The oversight has to be trained and skilled in that as well.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I think Inshara, you had a question?
Yes, this is also about zoning and students in elementary with the IB program. So with Ballantine Ridge's IB program being accessible to students that are zoned only to Ballantine Ridge, how can CMS ensure that CMS students who were taking the IB path in elementary or middle school have an equitable opportunity to receive their IB diploma if they're at schools that don't offer the IB program?
So I think what you're asking me is if I stay at my home school for elementary and middle, How do I get to high school and do an IB diploma?
Yeah, sorry, I worded it poorly, but if Ballantyne's IB program is accessible
Yes.
only to students zoned
Yes,
to Ballantyne.
I think I understand your question. So if my home school is Ballantyne Ridge High School, but I didn't go to IB elementary and middle schools, each of those are independent and can stand alone, and they would support those students in ninth grade to work through the process to complete the IB diploma by their senior year.
Ballantyne would support
Yes,
those
they
students?
could, yes.
Okay.
So a student can start IB in ninth grade and still be successful. We just think the earlier you're aware, it's much like an athlete, the sooner you start holding a golf club, probably the stronger golfer you're gonna be. But you certainly, many people could start in ninth grade and be successful with IB, and that would be okay. So an incoming freshman at Ballantyne Ridge could still get an IB diploma.
Okay.
Great question, thank you
That's
so
a
much
great
for that.
question. Did you have a follow-up?
No.
Okay. I think we Board Member Monterey Duval, followed by Hatch, Dr. Hatch.
Thank you, Dr. Balknight and company for the presentation. I have a couple of questions. I think the first one is, what is the community feedback on the transposition of transportation zones? Because I know that parents aren't starting from the schools and going to them, but when you look at it, there's an example, Shamrock Gardens is here, Piedmont is here, but Marie G. Davis is on the other side. And then on the same token, we have Irwin Academy that's right above Marie G. Davis, but they're being sent to Shamrock. I'm curious, what is the community feedback? Is this what the community wants?
So remember when I said that
Hold up right here so we can see the slide 50, so we can see it.
And then my follow-up question would be.
Am I on the right one?
I think the map.
The map in front
Oh,
of
you
the
want to go
map.
to the map?
The
Okay.
map, yes, thank you.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
For example, my son goes to Shamrock and he's in LITD. Going to Piedmont, and this is just an example, it's not to make it about me, but if my son were to go to Piedmont, it's half the time than going to Marie G. Davis. And I would assume it's the same thing for the Irwin Academy folks. So I just want to understand, like, whatever the community wants, I'm happy with. I just want to understand what they're saying about this, if anything.
So we got a lot of feedback about that specific one, and so one of the things, we talked to actually several members of that particular school group and community multiple times, and they were great to come to multiple events to share their concerns. And so if you all will recall the feedback that I said that the community gave us, we were able to do the majority of the things. One of the things that we weren't able to do is to, like you described Shamrock, Piedmont's in a different transportation zone, but families really wanted to end up at East Mac. That was their traditional pathway, that's where they wanted to end up. And so as we talked to families and our transportation team, because in order for us to honor that request, then that would be the only program that would not remain in the same transportation zone. That same community came back to us and said, while we would love to have this, we also understand there are other families, for example, that are at Shamrock that are gonna choose other pathways. And we don't wanna disrupt their pathways that aren't LITD by asking, for example, to move Shamrock into the Violet Transportation Zone or to move Piedmont into a different transportation zone. And based on, we understand that you can bike, you can walk, but based on the time frame with transportation, we're making the decision on the operational efficiency from transportation. The feedback from transportation is that keeping them in the transportation zone to go to Marie G. Davis from an operational efficiency perspective made sense, especially if the greater feedback was ultimately they would like to end up, for example, at the East Meck High School, which traditionally is where those families have attended, versus West Charlotte.
I guess for now, I'm a no on this because to me, like, okay, Elizabeth Traditional is below Piedmont. So to me, that also doesn't make sense because why is Elizabeth Traditional going to Randolph?
Elizabeth Traditional is a district-wide magnet, so they're transported from all over the county. And again, we got feedback from those families as well. So if you all recall, I've said along the way, we have 22,000 families in these programs, and this is really an operational perspective, not a board vote. But the other thing that we have to remember is that when you fix one thing to that granular level of detail for one group, you impact another group. So we have Elizabeth Traditional and Myers Park Traditional that are district-wide magnets that moved from Leader and Me, their program went away, to LITD IB. And so to also provide the magnet seats. And then we also had to be strategic about how many seats are you going to have in each transportation zone to make sure that every child in every transportation zone had equity and access. So lots of factors went into where we placed the schools, and we worked with all the communities as much as we could. So we did honor a lot of the requests from those families as well.
And, sorry, my last question is Statesville Road will also feed into Piedmont?
Is that
It will
right?
be Irwin
Yes.
Academic
Yes.
and Statesville Road?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Dr. Hatch?
Dr. Bucknight, I know you addressed this several times, but just in the last couple of days, I'm still hearing from the community the concern around IB, TD being joined together. And some of what I'm hearing sounds like people still think that if I am identified LITD and or gifted, that I have to go to these schools. So could you explain to us
Thank you.
kind of the process and the options that our families have?
So if you are identified LITD, that is a state identification, and any school in North Carolina, if you qualify, would serve you. So you do not have to go to a program choice. If you're choosing to go to an LITD school, you're making a family decision that you want to be taught in an environment where all the students are learning the same way, versus potentially if you go to your home school and you're LITD, you may be pulled out into a smaller environment with a LITD teacher that comes to pull students. In an LITD school, there may be 22 third graders in a class together that are all identified, and so they can move differently at a different rate, learn at a different rate all day long, because that teacher, that's their full-time teacher, will also be a local endorsement in addition to the AIG teacher that every student in the district that qualifies would get. So they're not getting less services if they don't go to this program choice. The services are just delivered in a different manner.
And so if I were to replay it back, if I want to put my child in the IB program and they are not identified as LITD, that's an option. They are welcome to participate in the IB school and not be identified that way.
Yes.
If they are identified LITD and they choose to go to this IB LITD school, and then I feel like the IB curriculum is not a good fit for them, I can go back to my wonderful comprehensive school and still get the services that I am.
That's correct. You wouldn't lose any service for your students, and the child would still have the opportunities to be in the program. That's a great example, because you're exactly right. And that's what our parents that came to the event that weren't necessarily concerned about magnet programming just want to be clear. Nothing's changing with my homeschool. Can I still go to my homeschool? You still have arts at your homeschools, because that's a district-wide expectation, and you would still have access to LITD if you were identified LITD. You're exactly right. Thank you for asking that.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Rankin?
Currently, right now, Randolph is a full magnet,
Yes.
but it sits in the blue transportation zone. But there are families that currently live in the green, I'm assuming, that go to Randolph because that's just where it's located. So if I'm a family that goes to this full magnet, but I reside in the green zone now, are you saying that I cannot attend Randolph anymore? Is that what this is saying?
Well, if you're already at Randolph, then we've said that you can stay there to finish the program.
No, like other, like families that reside in the green zone now, that will, at some point, say they may be at a elementary school, not now, because they'll be able to finish out. But those families that, traditionally may live in the green zone now, in the future, Randolph will not be an option.
They can apply.
If they have and have transportation, because we got to remember, we don't want to create other inequities for families because we're removing the transportation.
Right.
That can also create a barrier.
Yes, so they would need to attend the LITD programs in their transportation zone if they needed transportation. And if that's not their transportation zone, then that would not be the magnet program that they would choose. But if that is a program that they would choose and could provide their own transportation if there's a seat, am I answering your
You are,
question?
but my
Okay.
point is, I'm looking at this, both what is currently now Dilworth, and Randolph are both sitting in the blue transportation zone. Both of them are in there, right? Neither one of them are in the green. You see what I'm saying? Like, they're not, neither one of them are sitting in the green transportation zone, but they're following the track of the green transportation zone.
One of the things, and Mr. Ivy may want to speak to this, but one of the things that our transportation team would say is that we build transportation zones around the high schools, because if you build a transportation zone by elementary, then you've got multiple ways, and you can't build by middle. So when you do look at this map for middle schools or for this, it could be confusing, because based on what transportation is shared, which is where we got the transportation zones, these are built on the high school decisions that transportation has to make for operational efficiency to ensure that kids will get to school on time. And so Randolph sits in the zone, what color is it?
It sits in blue.
It's in the blue transportation zone for our programming
But
purposes.
Marie G. Davis also sits in blue, but it follows the green because it's going to be feeding into East Mex, what you're saying?
Marie G. Davis is in the green transportation zone. It's also a district-wide magnet, yes.
And this, what's confusing to me is.
And district-wide magnets, I just want to say, will serve that entire transportation zone.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Statesville Road here is listed as it's going to be LITD, IB LITD, but in the recommendation, it's not listed. It just says the program will be removed from Statesville Road Elementary, but then it's not one of the schools that's listed that will be a part of the recommendation.
Statesville Road was added, so if it's not in there correctly, that just could be a clerical error on our part. And I'm looking through the recommendation to see.
Yeah, it's not in
It's
page
slide
46, right? Let's see.
It's what?
Slide 40.
But I think they're saying it's not in the beginning of the
On
slide.
here, it shows on the violet, it shows as a part of the violet, it says Statesville Road to Piedmont to West Charlotte. But when I look at the schools that are listed, the program is being removed. It's being removed from Statesville Road Elementary, but then, I guess go to the next slide.
46.
45. Here, go back. This is the recommendation?
That's the original draft.
That's the draft.
That's the rental draft. Okay, where's the recommendation?
49.
On the last few pages.
Statesville Road.
Yeah, you don't have it listed here in the
Statesville
superintendent
Road is
recommendation. It would be-
Statesville Road is at the bottom
I got
of
you.
the recommendation.
To be added.
Initially, we did not recommend Statesville Road, but after we went out to the community and got feedback, we included it in the superintendent's recommendation.
Not on page 83.
Okay. Is there any reason why Piedmont, not J.M. Alexander? Since there's so, I mean, is there in particular any rhyme or reason behind that thought process being the Statesville Avenue or Statesville Road is literally right there? And the families that live in the area go to that school, they go to that school.
So we did not change the transportation zones. So if we were adding things back based on feedback, it was in the transportation zones that were set by the transportation team. So we didn't move schools to different transportation zones, if I'm answering your question.
Right, because it sits in the violet zone.
It could go to either one.
So that means I could choose Piedmont or JMA? I sit in the violet zone
For Statesville Road?
for Statesville Road.
You wouldn't get transportation.
But
Yes, you
both
would.
of them,
Both
both of
of
them
them
in the
in
violet
violet.
transportation
That
zone.
doesn't, yeah, but I've asked that question, but well, I'll let you answer.
If they're in the violet transportation zone, what's the feeder for their, they can go to Piedmont because that's the district magnet in that transportation zone. And then,
JMA is also in the
They
violet.
could, everybody's in the same transportation zone. We were looking at all kinds of data, and the data that made Statesville Road work was Piedmont.
They don't go to Piedmont.
When we're looking at seats and SES and all the data that supported that.
Then you would add Shamrock
Right.
to Piedmont.
Right.
Well, they're different transportation zones.
But they go to Piedmont now.
I was saying that, I know that, well, we can figure it out. Maybe we can get some information because right now I think Statesville Road right now, if they apply, they would go to JMA, because that's where they're located in that violet zone versus a Piedmont, if they could win it. But right now, they're in the violet. If I apply to JMA, I go to JMA, because it's in the tank.
If JMA is their feeder middle school, they can get a seat there. I think what Ms. Serbick is saying, they also can go to Piedmont Middle.
But now these are automatic. These are saying you're going to go there.
That's your transportation zone.
If you're in that zone,
Yes.
you can go to that particular school.
Yes.
Okay.
But you can't go to any school in your transportation zone.
So that's automatic.
Can't.
Well, that's the clarity I need.
Right.
If I'm in the transportation zone and I'm in that magnet program, I should be able to have transportation to that particular school. If I'm in that transportation zone. In your example, it's different.
Wait, one second. Either Dr. Balknight or Mr. Ivy, can you answer I think the bottom line of the question is, if you're in a transportation zone, can you go to any school in your transportation zone?
I can answer the first part of that, Mr. Ivy. So one of the things that we try to do to make sure that we would have space moving forward for students in these program choice, because we're guaranteeing these students seats.
Right.
We have, and I'll go back to one of the documents, we're feeding the elementary schools, even in the transportation zone, into specific schools. So for example, you see here, the school, Marie G. Davis, Lansdowne, Ottawa, they would all go to Marie G. Davis. And then in the violet transportation zone, you see the schools that feed into Piedmont, and you see the schools that feed into J.M. Alexander. So Statesville Road is feeding into Piedmont, but if they already are assigned, what I think you're saying, and that's what Mr. Ivy, I don't know if he can verify it, but would need to verify. If you're saying that Statesville Road students already have seats at J.M. Alexander, then they'd be able to take their seat with transportation if that's their assigned school, and we can verify that. And then they also would have a seat at Piedmont, because Piedmont is a magnet. So we need to make sure that we have a full sixth grade incoming class every year in that transportation zone.
Okay. I don't even know who's asking
I
questions.
don't know.
That was you?
I guess it's somewhat clear.
You have a follow-up?
No, I don't.
Okay. Mine is the same line of questioning. So if it's a full magnet, and I was gonna pick Marie G. Davis, that's gonna be countywide magnet, right? No.
It's going to be to that transportation zone. So for the green transportation zone, Marie G. Davis is their magnet. For the violet, it's Piedmont, and for the blue, it's Randolph. So every one of these transportation zones they have a magnet, and then they have a school with boundaries. So J.M. Alexander has an attendance boundary, so some of those schools will be there by students will be there by attendance boundary, and then some will take a magnet seat to fill the school. Piedmont, we have to fill the entire school with magnet students from the violet zone, which is why we need to have enough elementary schools feeding into it to fill Piedmont at the middle school level. Same for Marie G. Davis, same for Randolph.
So I think what you're saying is, what if like a Piedmont is in your neighborhood?
So I used that example earlier. So for example, we've got lots of feedback. I'll just call out the one that we've gotten lots of feedback. Shamrock Gardens is in the green transportation zone. If they decided they wanted to go to Piedmont and there was a seat, they could have a seat, but they would have to provide transportation. To Mr. Rankin's point about equity, the equity is that we're also making sure that every child in the violet transportation zone has a high-quality middle school IB program to go to, just like we believe we're offering one for the green and the blue. That's where the equity and access is that every transportation zone has a magnet and schools with boundaries. And that's where the equity and consistency is in the transportation zones. But if you as a parent decided, I don't like my middle school choice, if you apply for a lottery seat and get it in a different transportation zone and you transport your own student, then you can go outside of the magnet opportunity that the district is going to provide transportation for.
Well, I have a follow-up with that. The example that you're giving with Violet, those children, they're gonna have an option of two.
All of the students, the green has
green
just
is only
Marie G.
Marie.
Davis.
Right, and I received an email about that today, is why is it that these other transportation zones have an option of two IB middle school and green has one?
then our feedback would be, or the recommendation that we would do is to go back and add another middle school from the green transportation zone with an attendance boundary and look at the enrollment of the school, because that's a part of the policy, to see if there's a IB school that we've recommended to be removed in the green transportation zone with lower enrollment, and we would then carve out seats for magnet. We still would not move any schools out of green to violet.
Okay, so then my next question is, hold on 1 second. So Cotswold to Randolph. Well, Cotswold to Randolph to Waddell. Can you weigh in on or provide some reasoning behind why it's Waddell and not East Met? I mean, it's far. I mean, it's far.
Cotswold is not in the green transportation zone. So this plan is built on keeping schools in the transportation zone that the transportation team has identified. So there's a violet, green, and there's a blue. So to keep them in those three transportation zones, that's where the equity and access comes in. The thinking behind Elbert, Evan, Waddell, which we're going out in the fall to draw attendance boundaries, the recommendation is that it would have an attendance boundary, but because it is a large comprehensive high school, there will be lots of seats that we believe that we could commit to the IB program, which would, if we put all of those students going to Waddell for high school, then we'd have potentially, if all those students stay with the program, we'd have a large number of students at one high school doing IB. In addition, in the blue transportation zone, we removed Ballantyne because prior, it was decided that Ballantyne Ridge would be an IB school, but based on projections, I thought that slide was in there, based on projections, Ballantyne, we don't believe, can continue to have children feed into that as a magnet, based on the growth projections in that area. So what we're saying is that, so when you take Ballantyne Ridge out of that transportation zone, and I think that's right, Ms. Surbeck, that Ballantyne Ridge is in the blue transportation zone, then the recommendation is that you have Waddell and you have a larger IB population there. Because Ballantyne Ridge, we would not be able to keep our commitment if we had if we continued to feed non-attendance boundary students to Ballantyne Ridge for IB because of the growth projections in that area over time, if that makes sense.
Okay. I don't know if any other board members have, I have 2 more questions, but I'll come back.
When it comes to filling seats, just want to make sure I'm clear when it comes to transportation zones. It's not only those magnet schools that are feeders that are applying to these schools. So if we're trying to fill, say, 6th grade at Piedmont, it's not only students from Statesville Road that's applying, or Irwin, that are applying for these schools. So as long as a student lives in the violet transportation zone, they can apply to these particular schools. Am I correct?
That's exactly right, Mr. Rankin. So if I'm not saying that, I'm glad you said that. And let me just add one more point to that. We are saying that when those students are in 5th grade at those elementary schools going to those feeders, we're going to call all of those parents before we open the lottery and say, do you want your child to go to the middle school feeder? If they say yes, then that seat is not going into the lottery. So these are the schools that we're guaranteeing an automatic feed because they've already done the elementary piece of the program. Same for high school. But to your point, so I'm glad you've lifted that, any child in the violet transportation zone would get the opportunity to go to Piedmont, or depending on where they are in the district, in the violet transportation zone, J.M. Alexander. So that's where, again, I keep saying the equity and access, so that every kid has more opportunity to get a seat in a IB program in middle school because they have one dedicated to their transportation zone.
So that was my question before.
Yes.
So I have a kid that goes to Statesville Road. Yes, Piedmont is the feeder, but I can still receive transportation in JMA because it's in the violet transportation zone.
If that is my neighborhood feeder.
It's attendance boundary.
If that's my attendance boundary.
It's not, but
No.
so if it's not, if JMA is not, then I cannot attend to, I can't.
Our recommendation is detailed to say that if you're Statesville Road and Statesville Road does not feed as an attendance boundary to J.M. Alexander, then your middle school option for LITD to get transportation is Piedmont.
Piedmont only.
Correct. 'Cause
Even though it's in the same transportation zone?
yes, because we don't want two buses coming to the same bus stop and they're doing IB. That's what's happening now. You have 3 or 4 buses
Okay.
going to the same bus stop, picking up, and that's an operational
So
inefficiency.
that was my question.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin, for working with me and breaking it down so that I could understand.
Okay, thank you.
So I have 2 more questions. One is Idlewild Elementary, that is not an IB, right, currently? It doesn't have an IB program. Idlewild,
No, Idlewild does not currently have a program.
it does not, it's not?
Just to add it.
No, I'm going to confirm that.
I think it's to add it. I think it's what's on your recommendation is to add it. So you have to help me understand the reasoning of removing it, the IB from Albemarle and putting it in Idlewild. Because, you know, people, it's a stir up about that.
But they're currently LITD.
Idlewild is LITD.
Yes.
And they have a large because we talked about that one. Idlewild has a large LITD population, and Albemarle Road has a very small IB population. So when you're merging the 2 programs, we just selected the school that had already more students in their program.
Okay. And then my last question, this is probably, I think this is probably directed to RTI. So what I'm interested in is, because my concern is, as I expressed my concern earlier, but now my concern is we have changes that have been made. We have these new recommendations based on feedback. But I'm wondering if there is a way to, how are we collecting information besides people just showing up to a hearing to say that they understand what's happening? That's number one, because that's the first thing, because this, we're gonna have to look at this a dozen times, you know what I mean, to understand it. And not because necessarily the way it's presented, it's just a lot of moving pieces. That's what I'm saying about that. How can we collect the information about these particular pathways and that they're understanding the things like the question we're asking, and then what is their opinion? Like, yes, I understand this. Yes, I agree with this. Like, oh my God, I didn't realize this.
I think we would have to consider connecting a similar sort of online questionnaire in response to this presentation. We don't currently have that planned, but that would be how we would do it.
Yes.
Since we know the families and students that may be impacted by this because they're presumably enrolled in these existing programs, are we reaching out to them directly to say, hey, this is happening?
We did.
Okay, and then those folks, we're gonna also follow up with them based on Chair Sneed's recommendation?
We did
as well?
reach out to families. I think we did reach out to families and invite them to the community feedback and invite them to the website. And I heard Mr. Martin say that he may be able to give you some data by school from the folks that filled out the information on the website. I think Chair Sneed, however, is saying that she has concerns about the schools that are impacted if we have done enough to reach out to them to get feedback, and I don't want to put words in the chair's mouth. The other thing that like I said, we do after, which we did, we were directed, Chair Sneed will remember, to go back out to that community. They still didn't come out. It was the same situation. We went out to that community to get additional feedback, but then what we also did is we went back out to that community, called those families individually to make sure that they knew, okay, now this is happening next year. Let's talk about what you would like to do with your individual student. So we will certainly take direction from the board with feedback of any kind.
Okay.
Just for point of clarity, so when this is brought before the board, we are voting only on the programmatic changes based on our policy. Am I correct?
Yes, sir, the things that are on your placemat.
We are voting on the programmatic changes, the transportation zones, how they're fed, all those things are not what we're voting on. We're voting on where the programs move to and where they don't go, and where they will be removed from.
That is correct.
Okay.
Well, but essentially.
No, I just want to make sure.
No, but I'm saying, but.
That can inform my decision.
Yes.
But I'm saying, but we're not voting on that.
No, but
but
essentially we are because it's already in here.
But that could change at any time based on feedback, am I right? Those transportation zones could change. If we see, oh, the pilot's not working, it can be changed, can it not?
Yeah, but
I'm just asking.
are you changing transportation zones? I mean, like, that's, I mean, you know, we have to be realistic about that. Are you getting ready to change, are you making a recommendation anytime in the near future to change transportation zones?
So currently, this plan is to help us improve efficiency, so I don't think we would be making a recommendation to change the transportation zones based off the recommendation that's being brought forward.
May I?
Yes.
You're using you're using high schools as a proxy to determine the transportation zones. Have we explored other models that determine the transportation zone that are not the high school?
I do not know the answer to that, but I can get that for you from the transportation team. I do know that what we wanted to look at was a continuum to make sure that students were able to know from start to finish where they would go, and then have a clear line to see that within their transportation zone. So based off of the recommendation, that is being achieved in what we've got here, and it also allows us to eliminate overruns where we're transporting students to choice programs all over and crossing over each other. So it helps us to create that efficiency level.
Mr. Ivey, I struck so I think, I just want to throw this out there. We are turning this into school choice, and we are backing into it via high schools. Because then I'm going to go, I want my kid to go to East Mech. I need to see so I just want to make sure that we capture the essence of what we're trying to do, because then that just creates another game to be played. So I think we need to interrogate why it's high schools, and does it align with the thesis of why we're even doing this? This is not towards you, this is just towards everyone.
And I think that's a great observation, so if I can lean in here just for a minute. So I think it's important to talk about our current state right now. So currently, when there are no guaranteed seats for students at any choice school to go to the next school.
No change.
Said differently, if you are currently at, give me an elementary school. If you are currently at, what's an IB elementary school? Irwin. If you're currently at Irwin IB, correct?
This was LITD, but.
Well, I need an IB school. So let me give you the name of an IB school.
Sure, Huntingtown Farms.
Huntingtown Farms IB?
Yes.
Okay. If you are currently at Huntingtown Farms IB, when you get to 5th grade and you want IB, you are thrown into the wild, wild west, right? You have no guaranteed seat. So what we heard from the community and from our magnet schools of America is you have this splattering of programs, but when parents are making a decision, they are thinking about the continuum, or that's what we really want them to think about, right? So if my child loves IB at Huntingtown Farms, when they get to 5th grade, they got to go in the lottery, just like everybody else that was at Mint Hill Elementary or Blythe Elementary. They might get, so right now, we'll just say Piedmont, there's a huge fight to get into Piedmont. Lots of people want to get into Piedmont, but there are kids that have gone from kindergarten all the way 5th grade that never get a guaranteed seat. So this plan is about making sure that kids have a guaranteed seat with transportation. That's the equity. The way to do that is balancing out those schools that are full magnet. We'll go back to Piedmont. What we could do is jam-pack Piedmont only with elementary feeders into Piedmont. But then you take away equity and access for students that were perhaps Mint Hill Elementary that said, I never heard of IB when I moved to Charlotte. I'm now interested in IB, and the only option might be, no, forgive me, I know I'm not doing the right transportation zones, might be Piedmont or Randolph, which I think is closer to my house. So might be Randolph, but I may not get a seat there, right? Or I might get a seat there and bump somebody who's already been. So the purpose of this plan is to do a balance of full magnets, right? We've not really used that tonight. That means that there's no attendance boundary, or partial magnets like JMA. and ensure that there's equity and access while at the same time allowing parents to have a guaranteed seat. So if we go back to where we've done the circles, what we're saying is you can apply to any school that you want to, you can apply to any program that you want to, you can apply to any of the things. What this plan does, based on numbers, data, all the things to make it work, we can guarantee you a seat here. You don't have to take that seat. We're just gifting you something that today nobody has. Nobody has a guaranteed seat right now. What we are saying is if you commit your child in kindergarten or somewhere in elementary, we think that the only thing to do in terms of integrity is to ensure that the investment you're making in your child, you can guarantee that you'll see that kid to high school. Hence, program choice, not school choice. But you can go to your neighborhood school, you can jump in the lottery and jump to a different theme, you can do all of those things, but right now there is no guarantee. And so what we're trying to say is if we're putting these options out to you, you should be guaranteed a seat. So I think that's really important for people to sear in their brains because that is not what's in place right now.
So, just as a follow-up to that, do you have the data of equity and access for who at these schools? You got a guaranteed seat, like what does it look like? Like what will the school look like?
Yes, ma'am. We can share with you, and that may even be in some of the stuff we already have on the website, but we'll get that to you. We have made sure also that we have SES, because that's one of the tenets of the policy, so that we have a smattering of high, middle, and low at all the schools. That's why Dr. Hill's done a great job saying it, but that's why we're trying to make sure that in each transportation zone there's equity. I also want to ground us back in the policy. We were directed to focus on A and B. B, which we'll spend more time on in the fall, but a part of B, which is why we work so closely with Chief Ivy and his team, is to maximize facilities and transportation efficiencies. One of the things that Chief Ivy has said to us is over time, because it'll take time to phase out of this plan, he will be able to reduce the number of bus drivers required because we can run fewer buses. The benefit for me as the academics person is that means we're going to have better on-time arrival at schools, shorter times on buses, and that's why it's so critical that this whole plan was built on the transportation zones. It's an operational efficiency for the operations team, but for the student and the family, my bus ride's not going to be longer, it's going to be shorter, and it's going to be more on-time arrivals. They're going to be able to increase that percentage. And so that's the conversation that we've been talking about together collectively as we look at the policy A through E. There are a lot of things even in this piece of the proposal today, which is very complex, as Chair Snead said, in the operational efficiencies. But that's also why, as we went out into the community on our website, everyone watched the video because there are a lot of moving parts, which is why we also separated this from, imagine talking about this tonight and attendance boundaries. That's why we separated the two, but we have to move on to attendance boundaries in the fall.
All right.
Chair Snead, if I can just add that we do have the SES percentages on our website. We'll be happy to share that with you. And I just want to clarify the Albemarle Road. You were talking about Idlewild. Albemarle Road Elementary is not an IB school. Albemarle Middle is an IB school.
Yes, I meant Albemarle Middle,
Okay.
yes.
I just wanted to clarify that.
So it's moving from Albemarle Middle to, what's the IB program?
G. Davis or?
Oh, no, it's Marie G. Davis? What's the middle? It's being removed from,
Albemarle Road is
It's being removed.
it's being removed from Albemarle Road Middle and going to where?
The IB program is being removed from Albemarle Middle, and where is it placed? I think it's Marie.
It's Marie G. Davis.
Sorry, what was the feeder?
Marie G. Davis.
It's Marie G. Davis? Okay. Okay. I think we're finished with IB. All right, I'm moving on to world languages. Is there any questions, comments about world languages?
Thank you. So I just want to make sure that I am fully understanding, I know that I've asked this question as well as others. So for the Green Transportation Zone and SAIL, South Academy of International Languages, so now the green people who live in the Green Transportation Zone have been added to SAIL. They'll receive transportation. And Japanese will be a district-wide program choice, and transportation will be provided for anyone who lives throughout the entire county.
That is correct.
Thank you.
And so we got great feedback from that community, and so basically, we, for the most part, left things the same, which was their feedback, because of the German and the Japanese.
Thank you.
The question that I have regarding the world languages, what efforts are you gonna, I know the program for the languages would be North Meck, Garinger, and South Meck for high school. What are the programs that are gonna be available in those, the language programs that are gonna be available in those schools? Is it the same at each one?
North Meck and South Meck are established high school feeders already. And so we would long-term like to figure out, is there a way that we could provide more equity with the Japanese and the German, but that's long-term because it's difficult to identify staff for those and students. So the only one that we would come back to you in the fall with would be Garinger, the additional programming or languages that would occur at Garinger. The nice thing is that Garinger, we've already identified Spanish, and our high schools typically have multiple foreign languages, so we don't anticipate that as an issue at all. But only Garinger is the one that we would need to come back to add additional languages.
Okay. I think, any more questions about world languages?
Yep.
Yes.
Dr. Balknight, I want to first acknowledge the effort with the Japanese program and seeing that it's going to be provided to all zones. For clarification, right now, and I'm asking not telling, it's currently just at South Academy. Are we saying when it's going to be a district-wide program that it's going to be added to, just meaning those families will still go?
Actually, we made no changes. All of these things are already in place, and once we went out into the community and got feedback, we went back to recommending that they remain the same.
Okay.
So Japanese currently today, kids get transferred. It's a district-wide magnet.
Okay. Thank you.
So, wait a minute.
I have a question regarding Garinger. If I am a student, if I'm not part of this program choice, but I'm a student at Garinger, may I partake in that world language program? Or is it just seats reserved for folks that are part of that magnet program?
So one of the things, a comprehensive high school, this is sort of like LITD and STEM and the arts. All of our comprehensive high schools have multiple foreign languages. The difference would be if I start in this program in 9th grade, I may not get to the level 5 languages and those other things. So I just may not get as far into languages, but certainly a high school student can access any language that they would like to participate or engage with.
My last comment about the languages is, let's not forget our little friend from last week. They were speaking Mandarin. So if we're gonna have comprehensive world languages throughout the district, then it needs to truly be throughout the district, meaning including, there should definitely be consideration for Garinger. I know you're gonna come back with programming.
Yes, ma'am.
But I don't think, we shouldn't be small in our thinking. And I'm not saying you are, I'm just saying this publicly. We should not be small in our thinking about what kids know, what they're able to do, and what is not just traditional. Like, we can offer non-traditional pathways to our students, because it's just them having the opportunity to do so, as opposed to their ability. Any more world languages? All right, STEM. How many changes there? Really? Oh, my gosh.
I can, was there any major feedback on STEM? I didn't receive a ton of constituent concerns. but
We
I'm curious.
addressed, the biggest feedback was that one of the feeders didn't have as many elementary feeds to the middle schools. So we added an additional elementary school so that as we're providing seats and opportunities in the feeders that parents have, I think it was to Northridge, parents have an elementary feeder. They have options at the elementary level, not just one. So we did add to the Oakhurst. Grove Park. That's right. So Grove Park would go to Northridge, and then Oakhurst goes to McClintock. But as Mr. Rankin has said, anyone in that green transportation zone have access to STEM.
All right, any other questions about STEM? Board Member Hayes?
I understand about the resources and that sort of a thing, but it looks like we are losing a lot of STEM schools in that middle school bracket in the violet zone. And I think that middle school is really where children are beginning to explore their careers. And can you just speak to the logic behind, outside of the resources, resource distribution, can you speak to the thought process around moving so many STEM schools off the violet
So
transportation zone?
I would have to ask the team, what schools did we remove from the violet? We have, it looks like we have 4 in our recommendation. So I would need to ask the team, which schools did we remove?
We're recommended to remove Northeast Middle School, Walter G. Byers K-8 School, Whitewater Middle School, and Wilson STEM Academy.
Those are all in the violet? Yeah, I just want to know the middle
Oh, you
schools
just
that we
want to know
moved.
violet?
Yes.
I would have to look that up.
Okay, so if you list them, I can tell you which ones they are.
Northeast Middle School.
Walter G. Byers.
Walter G. Byers K-8 School, Whitewater Middle School.
That's one.
Wilson STEM Academy.
That's the other. So my feedback is, and pardon me, but I really didn't see an easy way to cross-reference this, is that if we're losing STEM out of these schools, what will these schools have? And will they be, in other words, if we're taking resources out of these schools, what are we putting back in? What are we sacrificing to get these feeder patterns?
So let me say, Wilson STEM, much like Harding, I guess it was 2-3 years ago, Dr. Hill may remember, the state has a requirement now that students have to complete a computer science course before they graduate from high school. So much like as we talked about separating CTE from program choice, every student will take STEM through CTE in middle school, and then it's a requirement in high school. So for Wilson STEM, for example, and they were a computer science school, the students are still going to have access to that programming. And that's a part of what we're trying to clean up. We had a lot of things, names on schools, but was it being done with fidelity? And so this is one of those other things that every school, because it's in the standard course of study, from K-12 will do STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math. In addition to that, the state has now said every student before you graduate from high school must take a computer science course. So for example, at the high school, to say Harding would be a computer science magnet or choice program, when every student has to take it to graduate, it's a requirement, we felt like was misleading. And was it something that parents were really getting that was different? And so what we're saying is there's a level of STEM that's being offered in every school. And so when we looked at the numbers and interest, that's where the recommendation was. But that's certainly something that we can, as we got feedback from the community, we looked at where the interest was already, we had lots of already students enrolled and interest was high.
So, and what is the high school feeder pattern for the violet
Philip
zone?
O'Berry in Second Ward. All of the STEM middle schools can go to Second Ward or Philip O'Berry. That's the recommendation for the feeder.
So I think Chair Sneed alluded to this before. This is kind of my concern. My concern is that we give students in the violet zone an opportunity for STEM in elementary, middle school, but then when they get to high school, now they have to compete for seats. Is one school,
Philippa Berry is a complete magnet school, so it has no attendance boundaries.
correct? Yes.
And Second Ward would be the same.
Okay, so in this plan,
So
what,
we need to have multiple
get a
schools
Gary.
feeding in to fill those schools up. And I'm sorry to interrupt.
okay. I think my question is related to what, Chair, I would be really curious to know about that. Thank you. Sorry to repeat the question.
What is this? Any more questions about what is it? STEM? STEM. It's getting late. All right, I don't think so. So early colleges, any questions? Board membership.
I'm just gonna say real quick, I'm still hearing from parents about this one, because in 2024, you know, we said we couldn't get there with moving the middle colleges to early colleges, and I think there's still that question as to why, when the middle colleges have been successful for families and students, and it serves looking at those students who are not quite ready yet to be in that early college situation. And I've recently heard from parents too about this. So how are we really working with making sure families understand this program and the why? Because I know I hear a lot about enrollment, but it should be more than just about enrollment.
Yes, it is.
And also, when you talk about dual enrollment, I've had parents to say, yes, but this was hard on their child being in a high school where they had to find their own transportation. They felt like they were missing out maybe on other classes. And so, and these were parents that could have had their children do dual enrollment. They felt like that was difficult to do. And so they felt like that wasn't necessarily a viable choice when we say there's other opportunities, if not early college.
So, Ms. Shipp, you raised a lot of great points, and so let me just first say that when we brought this to you, I guess 2 years ago, we acknowledged that we didn't do a good job of educating the community, talking to the schools, talking with principals, making sure that the board had a clear understanding about the differences between middle and early college and why we're making the recommendation, because even at that time, I think we had 300 kids on a wait list. So this time, we actually talked with every principal individually and collectively multiple times along the way, as we did with the other teams. And the middle college principals overwhelmingly said they would love to get the students in ninth grade. So when you talk to the early college principals, they talk about in ninth and 10th grade, which is, I think, a misconception for people that haven't been on an early college campus. People assume that there's a ninth grader just going off to the community college with all kinds of students. In ninth and 10th grade, they're pretty isolated to that one environment, that early college campus with that principal. They're treated like a traditional high school student in that way. The difference is that the principal said that, like Principal Matthews, who came to the board meeting, said, is that I would love to be able to talk and work with those students starting in ninth grade to make sure that they get an opportunity to experience like a slow roll up, because when they're in an early college, they can take college courses in ninth grade. So for example, at CPCC, they take an introductory course on study skills and note taking. Then they also take their health and PE, that's a high school requirement. They take it as a college course, so they're doing a 2-for-1, which helps them get out of the program in 4 years. And they're also getting a slower experience going into the college environment. And that principal can help guide them through that process. And then they're with those same cohorts of students for 4 years. There's still only 100 students in the cohort. And I want to be clear, we have said the entire time, middle colleges are doing an exceptional job in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. So it's not about is one better than the other. What we're saying, two things. Number one, our students that are at the early college are saying that they enjoy the experience and they are more successful with completing the program, meaning getting the 2-year associate's degree, because they're able to start earlier. And our middle college principals are saying that it's very stressful when you come as a junior and you didn't complete all of your high school courses. It's very hard for them to finish in the 2 years. Some have to stay the 13th year, which they can, but it's also very stressful because now they're jumping into college courses. And when you don't pass a college course, it's not just on your high school transcript, it's on your college transcript. And we're seeing better outcomes when they're able to go to that environment in ninth grade. But we acknowledge that both programs are good. And then just from a space issue, we have 800 kids, 8th graders that applied for Rise to 9th graders that are on a wait list that would love to have an early college seat that we just don't have. And only one middle college has 200 students in it. And they really worked hard to get to the 200. Most have at least 50 seats available to students. Dual enrollment, the students don't have to go to the college campus. If they want to, they can. But middle colleges aren't provided transportation today in this model. Our dual enrollment, our partnership, we have 15 of our high schools where the instructors actually go to the campus. And you also can take courses virtually. So even in that environment, there is equity and access there. I think I mentioned when we did the presentation, we have 100 students that in a few weeks will graduate with a 2-year associate's degree from our comprehensive high schools. So children can get the 2-year associate's degree in multiple ways. We're just saying that if they can start in 9th grade, they have more time, a better runway, they have all the wraparound supports from the very beginning, and that we can take those middle colleges and put even more supports in for the students. It's a great space, it's a great environment, and both are great. Students, though, that experience it in 9th grade enjoy it. Where we've learned or heard feedback is that if you've only experienced going in the 11th grade, then you don't have an idea what it's like to start in the 9th grade. It's a totally different environment. And so that's the feedback, and that's the thing that we worked really hard to get more feedback from principals this time and to talk through. I think the last time people thought that we were saying that one was better than the other. That's not what we're saying. We're saying that earlier access gets better results for students.
The follow-up is the UNCC Early College. What about enrollment there? Because I know that's been a struggle to get enrollment at the UNCC Engineering Early College and the Teacher Early College.
So the engineering wait list, the teacher college, as you can imagine with 4-year colleges and universities, they have some colleges that don't have any graduates. But one of the things that we were able to do with UNC Charlotte this year is change some of the options for students. So we've actually increased our enrollment there. Right. Families want the early college experience with their 9th graders. And even at UNC Charlotte, they can get the 63 credits, and most of those students stay on to get because they get additional grants and scholarships from UNC Charlotte, they stay on to get the 4-year degree.
And I'm glad to see that because
Yes.
it wasn't always there.
That's correct. We work really hard, and our principals are doing an amazing job to educate families and get kids signed up.
Thank you.
Dr. Hatch.
Dr. Balknight, one thing that I'm hearing is similar to board membership, but it makes me think about the conversation we just had around IBLITD. Is I think that our community members are hearing absolutes, right? In that the middle college, if switching to started in 9th grade, you still have the ability to do dual entry, you still have the ability to do AP classes, you still have the ability to just take classes.
Yes.
And so you can start in then your junior year in the path that's best for your child.
Yes.
You also could potentially try to get a seat. It's my understanding from our last conversation that you could still, if there are seats available, enter into the early college if there are seats available. And so I think the disconnect that, from what I'm hearing, is that, and now I'm thinking about it, is that people are thinking that like this is it, instead of like we're talking about this one specific thing and this one specific pathways, and we're not telling you all the options. So if I was a parent listening right now, and I'm thinking it's absolute, who would I go talk to if I'm trying to figure out how this impacts me? Like, do I talk to my principal or school council? Like, who do I talk to?
Your administrative team, school counselor, school principal will be able to educate you. We had a press conference after the first 3 that we shared, which early college, middle college, and one of the reporters said, I wish I was a student in CMS today because of all the options and opportunities. And I think to your point, there's so many, it can be overwhelming to a family. One of the things that we've started doing is creating these brochures that we're given to schools that they can hand out about all the opportunities. The other thing that's a part of our strategic plan is the learner profile, which is why we're starting to talk to families and students in 5th grade, again in 7th grade, and then developing their 4-year plan in 8th grade. Because first of all, we really need to make some decisions way back in elementary and then in middle, and then really know what we're going to do in high school, and that can be overwhelming to families, which is why once we move past whatever the decisions are made here, then we will nail down our documents and communication to families, and even change how we communicate, because really what we know is that that learner profile with students' interest is so critical as we think about workforce development and career planning, and not waiting until they get to high school. And that's where parents get stressed, and then what has happened is, I didn't know about the early college, but then I find out, and I can go to middle college in junior year because I just found out. But what the principals are saying is how that shows up. It's very stressful for students. It's a great experience, but then they have to get 63 credits in 2 years, college credits, and they may not even be finished with their high school credits because they didn't initially go to high school and start out that way. And we're just saying we want to have clear pathways, continue to increase communication, and walk in this with families as a partner.
Thank you for that. And so if I may, Chair Sneed, so that's if I come to you. So can you also describe what it looks like if I'm not watching the school board meeting at 9:27 and know how am I getting educated if, I'm not watching the school board meeting and I forget to look at Parent Square?
So that's great. We talked a lot about family and parent engagement, community engagement, but one of the things that we've already started with our learner profile is that we are doing interest inventories with kids as early as 5th grade. And then we're following up with families to make them aware. That's a part of our strategic plan. We're moving into implementation. And then we'll do the same thing in 7th grade and 8th grade. So to your point, we can't wait on parents to come to us because we're familiar and comfortable in this space. They're just not aware. So it's on us. And so we're working with our counselors and our teams at the schools to do the interest inventories. And then they're going to be calling parents in to say, no different than they would call you in to tell you about your iReady data or your Dibbles data. They're going to call you in to say, did you know that your daughter is interested in this? And here are our choice programs. Here are our CT opportunities. Here are our summer internships. So that's where we're going with our strategic plan. Because to your point, we can't wait on them to come to us. We have to go to them, which is why it's so critical for us to really lay out what is the plan, as Dr. Hill was saying about all of this, because what we heard from parents is, you think this is overwhelming? Today is overwhelming with 71 different programs, and then there's CT, and people are accustomed to, I have to go here to get this program. And what we're saying, CTE is at every high school. That is your right to have opportunities and access. So we're removing that. Same thing, everybody gets to have LITD if you qualify. Everyone gets STEM, everyone gets arts. And I think to your point that you're lifting is that we have made it appear that that was different, and so you could only get it if you went here. And there's some alls, not absolutes. So thank you for calling that out.
And then my last point.
Can I add one more thing? I'm sorry. One thing that I just want to add, I apologize for interrupting. With dual enrollment specifically, because our strongest partner that we have is Central Piedmont. Central Piedmont has marketing dollars that obviously we do not. So we're working very closely with Central Piedmont to be able to provide direct marketing to students who are in 8th grade, letting them know about the multiple dual enrollment opportunities that they have, either through the early college, because CP is all on board about, they are chomping at the bit to transition from middle college to early college. So the communication or the marketing would be, this is an opportunity for you to attend our early colleges or our CP academies, is that what they're called? Yeah, our CP academies, Career and College Promise Academies, or for you just to take dual enrollment courses that are on all the things that Dr. Balknight just talked about. The other way we plan to reach parents is for Central Piedmont to lean in with their marketing dollars with direct, just like you get, politician flyers and just like that. Like, this is what's available to your child.
I think my last point would be, just because I know this is the last theme and I lifted this last time, I just don't want us to miss this. It's like there's communication and there's like change in culture. And like this is a change in culture. Yes. And you lifted this, Dr. Hill. Like, we're not picking schools. We're not saying, I want to go to Piedmont. I want to go to West Charlotte, right? Like, this is a big shift of
change
culture
management.
And the change management. And for whatever we think about the community engagement piece, like that is still a culture shift regardless if you attended the meeting or not. Like, we're all still trying to wrap our hands around it. So I just want to make sure that we have to keep talking about this, but also figure out the change in culture, because Charlotte culture is, I want to go to a Charlotte, right? Not, I want to go to IB, and wherever IB is and I can get the bus, that's where I'm going to go. So, I guess I should have said chamber. Sorry about that.
Too late.
Class of 02.
Too late.
Garinger.
And Char.
My neighborhood school.
Okay, first of all, thank you for this. This is very insightful, especially as a student. I want to ask, and you've already addressed this, but how exactly we can implement and encourage the program. I was going to ask that originally, but it seems to be already kicking off as there's already a wait list of quite a few kids applying. But is there a way or a plan that we have to implement the early college plan in open houses or club fairs or orientations for 8th graders to get to know a little more about it, and we can encourage more applications?
So what we did this year, last year, we brought all 8th graders to our choice fair before the lottery season opened. Because one of the things when you think about equity, we were having a choice fair on Saturdays in this district for 8th grade families. But if I didn't have transportation or my parents weren't able to attend, then I didn't get to experience all of the programs. So this year, we brought 8th graders to the choice fair, every 8th grader in the district. So 10,000 students over the course of a week went to the choice fair where all of the high school principals that were choice programs had a display and shared information. So that was thing one. So every 8th grader got direct information about it. Then on that weekend, we invited the parents to come. So those same schools were there available to talk with parents. A different weekend, because again, we got to start earlier. We have to start in 5th grade. We also did the same thing for every 5th grader. So 10,000 5th graders, same experience. They were able to go to this choice fair over the course of a week. And then the parents were invited to come in over the weekend so they could make decisions about middle school. But we also had there our counseling team from the district to talk about course planning, future planning. We had colleges there, community colleges there at both, so that you're not making decisions about college when you get to 9th grade, that you're even starting to hear conversations about the 2-year associate's degree versus AP versus IB and all those things, and what do they mean. And so we are doing a lot of those things, but we will continue to do more. And I appreciate the comment about change management, because it really is change management.
And just a quick second question. So it seems that there's great benefits to having the early college program being implemented. And I did a quick search saying that, and found that about 11 to 22% of early college students have shown to be more likely to receive their college degree within 6 years. So does CMS plan to kind of keep track of this data as well over a course of 5 to 10 years so that we can see how much this has benefited us and CMS holistically?
We'll work with CPCC. I believe they already track that data. I think that's a part of the metrics that are required at the community college level, because they have outcomes as well for that.
Thank you.
Great questions.
All righty. The last thing is, any questions about the transition program choice, transition process? It's the last section. All right, being none, thank you very much. Thank you for the marathon presentation. All right, and now turn to Dr. Hill for her superintendent's report.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, members of the board. Good evening. It is not a secret that a strong public school system is essential to the health and prosperity of our community. Our schools are the foundation of workforce readiness, economic growth, and overall quality of life. Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, together with our community, our families, and our many partners, acts on that belief, working every day to provide the very best education possible for our students. 3 years into this work, I'm encouraged. We had historic academic gains in the 24-25 school year, gains that have not happened in the entire history of Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. And our student outcomes focused monitoring reports indicate that we have already met the annual target for one of our goals for this school year, and we are on track to meet the other 3 goals by the end of the school year as well. We are projected to meet all 4 every single one of our goals this year. This gives me, and I hope you and our public, great confidence that we have been and are continuing to fund the right initiatives to ensure continued gains in student achievement for our students. As we plan for the 26-27 school year, we plan knowing that the children of Charlotte-Mecklenburg deserve the very best education. And we know this to be true. The very best education requires the very best educators. When I say educators, I'm talking about our school leaders, teachers, teacher assistants, instructional coaches, counselors, social workers, bus drivers, and front office staff, and the list truly goes on and on. Developing this year's budget highlighted the importance of collaboration, and we deeply appreciate the support and thoughtful feedback throughout the process. Engagement and feedback has come from countless employee, family, and community stakeholders, including principals and performance area teams whose work began back in the fall and continued throughout the budget process. It's provided school-level insight into our student needs, staffing considerations, and instructional priorities, strengthening alignment between resources needed and goal attainment. Superintendent advisory groups with our students, teachers, principals, parents and families, and our support staff and assistant principal connections with Crystal, as well as community budget sessions held before and after the budget recommendation was released. From the bottom of my heart, I thank each and every person whose voices and perspectives have informed the budget that is being considered for approval this evening. So the budget presented for your vote this evening and the associated county expansion funding request should not be a surprise. This budget in many ways reflects what was presented this time last year. That makes sense because we would not want to forsake the investments that have been and continue to produce the desired results. We see evidence of those results at each of our board meetings. What is different in this budget this year, given the state's lack of action in approving a budget, we have had to work harder than ever to identify non-goal aligned trade-offs to find continued funding for our educators. We have done this because investing in our educators is not just a budget allocation, but a value statement that our community wants the best for our children and believes that educators are the most important factor in student success and deserve to be compensated, supported, and celebrated accordingly. Speaking of educators, I want to be very clear about 4 things. Number 1, teacher allotment funding is driven by the state of North Carolina. Number 2, thanks to Mecklenburg County Commissioners, Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools is again this year able to maintain a smaller teacher-to-student ratio than the ratios that our students would have with merely state funds. Number 3, teacher allotment formulas have not changed in the 26-27 budget. Number 4, shifts in allotments for the 26-27 school year are shifts to support student movement or transition across schools based on current projections. If enrollments at the start of the beginning school year requires changes, those would take place at that time. I've said from the very beginning of my tenure as superintendent that I will always, always advocate for the very best educators. I have done that in every budget I have presented to the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools Board of Education, and I'm doing that again this year. So when you vote tonight, you are not voting on a line item or program. You are voting for you are voting for the best for the children of Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools, which requires the best education and educators. So I will close with this summary of what this budget represents and what I hope our community will hear and what I hope you will agree with and approve. The children of Mecklenburg County Schools deserve the best. The best educators are required. This budget, to the greatest extent possible, prioritizes educators. And finally, this budget is a direct response to the number 1 thing our entire community has asked of me year over year, that we continue to both act and advocate together to attract, develop, pay, retain, train, and celebrate exceptional educators who transform student lives. Madam Chair, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Hill. The next on our agenda is modifications to bylaw B-BEA/B, Board of Education meetings. I turn to Vice Chair D. Rankin as the chair of the policy committee to make this motion. As is reported out of the committee, a second is not required.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the proposed modifications to bylaw B-BEA/B Board of Education meetings. The proposed changes are elimination of the requirement to hold a regular board meeting during the month of July, providing greater flexibility in the annual meeting schedule while still allowing for special meetings and emergency meetings as needed. Adjustment to the registration deadline for public comments and public hearings. The cutoff time for signing up to speak will become 5 p.m. on the day immediately preceding the meeting. Establishment of new rules governing signage at board meetings, defining permissible dimensions and specifications for signs brought or displayed during the board meetings. The policy committee met and considered these modifications at our March 5th, 2026 meeting and voted to recommend approval by the full board.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
Not at this time, thank you.
Any other comments regarding this motion? A motion has been properly brought before you for modifications to bylaw B-BEA/B Board of Education meetings. All in favor by show of hands. It is unanimous, Madam Clerk. I turn to Vice Chair D. Rankin for a motion on modifications to policy B-EQU equity. As this is being made out of the committee, it does not require a second.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the proposed modifications to policy B-EQU equity. The proposed changes modifies the reporting requirements for the 6 areas of action from 6 separate reports per year to one unified report that encompasses all 6 areas of action. This policy committee met and considered these modifications at our March 5th, 2026 meeting and voted to recommend approval by the full board.
Vice Chair Rankin, would you like to comment on your motion?
No, not at this time, thank you.
Board members, any other discussion? Seeing none, you have a properly made motion before you for modifications to policy B-EQU equity. All those in favor of this motion, by show of hands, please. Madam Clerk, is unanimous. I turn to Vice Chair D. Rankin as Chair of the Policy Committee to make the motion for retirement of policy B-OCE, Office of Compliance and Transparency. As this motion is being made being reported out of the committee, it does not require a second.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the proposed retirement of policy B-OCE, Office of Compliance and Transparency. The proposed change eliminates the Office of Board of Operations as part of a broader restructuring effort to streamline board support functions and enhance overall efficiency. The policy committee met and considered these modifications at our March 5th, 2026 meeting and voted to recommend approval by the full board.
Vice Chair Rankin, would you like to speak to your motion?
Oh, thank you.
Board members, any discussion at this time? Seeing none, you have a properly made motion before you for the retirement of policy B-OCE, Office of Compliance and Transparency. All those in favor by show of hands. It's unanimous, Madam Clerk. The last item on the agenda for this evening is regarding Superintendent's 2026 budget recommendation, which I believe Dr. Hill has made the comments regarding the budget in her superintendent's report.
Correct.
I turn to Board Member Monterey Duval to make this motion.
Thank you, Chair Sneed. I move to deny adoption of the 2026-2027 proposed operating budget and the capital outlay and enterprise fund budgets as outlined in the attached document entitled Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools Budget Recommendation 2026-2027 and instruct the superintendent to present an updated budget for consideration by the board no later than May 12, 2026.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been, a motion's been properly made by Monterey Duval, seconded by Haynes. Board Member Monterey Duval, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes. I have been on the board, I don't want to say I'm a senior board member because that would imply that I'm old, but I've been on the board. This is my 3rd budget cycle. And I approach these type of decisions with a lot of intention, reflection, and making sure that the vision and values of the board and that are created by the board for the community are represented. And I'm going to speak to my sticking point and where I felt like I didn't have enough information to move forward with this, and it would be as it relates to Guardrail 3. The Guardrail 3 talks about the superintendent not neglecting the social, emotional, and character development strategies that would successfully engage students. And we adopted that language intentionally. And so our interim measures as of last year show only 30% of schools are meeting the CKH culture and climate baseline for teachers, and only 22.5% meet implementation fidelity for leaders. The student survey presented was explicitly footnoted as descriptive only, and no analysis has yet been conducted. And our well-being metrics for SEL, character, and belonging still show blank targets. We have not finished those baselines. Now, I'm just going to speak more plainly. For me, I think this is not this is not to say that I am not acknowledging the hard work of the district and that we are one at the end of the day and we have the same shared accountability and goals. I think that nailing SEL and social and emotional learning is crucial to the advancement of our students and the goals and guardrails, because we know it's much more than academics at CMS. And we know that we're a very large district that requires different social emotional learning and not just one size fits all. We have asked many times about capturing kids' hearts. I have not asked specifically because my board members have asked, and I still do not feel fidelity in it. And so, yes, my nitpicking is about a program, but it's more than the program. It's what the program means and what it means for our students and our community. And I just don't feel confident in this program. So that would be my ask to revisit this. I don't feel that funding this further is going to be helpful. I would prefer the money to go to the BMTs, the behavioral modification technicians, instead of continuing to fund capturing kids' hearts, because I think that we need a deeper level of social emotional learning for the district.
Board members, any other comments? Board Member Haynes.
First, I want to address the staff directly. This was a hard decision for me to make because I know that you guys have worked extremely hard on this budget. But I also want you to know that these decisions are just hard and complicated. And once we get to a place where I feel, and I'm speaking individually as a board member, that the type of clarity that we're asking for as a board is met, and not just met, but really commonly understood. I'm not gonna go into a deep thing about what my thing was. I think you all know what it was. But it goes further than that. I've watched my colleagues ask questions, and the reason I didn't ask more questions was because my colleagues asked these questions. This is not an us versus them or an I gotcha moment. This is our ability as a board to come together and make hard decisions together and come to the right conclusions or the best conclusions for students, their outcomes, and their families. I'll speak to Dr. Hill directly. Dr. Hill, I know you put a lot of work and effort into this. And certainly I hope you don't feel a sense that your work has gone to waste. It has not. Because once we come out of this process, we're going to be a lot stronger, I believe. I'm a learning board member. I've learned a lot over these past few months. And we are where we are, but I certainly hope, especially for everybody who worked on this budget, that you understand the deepness that went into this decision, and it was not easy. Trust me, it was not. So thank you for all you've done, and I look forward over the next few weeks to working together to get some clarity. Thank you.
Any other comments, board members? Oh, shoot, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Board Member Ship.
This has been a challenge for me as a tenured board member who has sat on both sides. I've been a principal, I was a principal for 15 years, so I had an opportunity to look at budgets, understand budgets, and work with budgets. And now, going into 7 years on the board and seeing what budgets have been, a district-wide budget, the work it takes, what the staff, y'all have done just a great job working with this budget. And I know that this is continuous improvement. You made tremendous, we as a district made tremendous gains last year because that budget was in place and what it was able to do. And we want to continue to drive our school district forward. So this is a difficult one for me, but I want to look at the board and I want us to row together. I want us to be stronger together and come to an understanding together. So this is gonna make me say, I will pause. I will pause with my board members to help them and help us come together to do what is best for all of our children in this district and for the work that we do that is necessary to continue to move this district forward.
Dr. Witherspoon?
Thank you. I recognize it's not an easy vote, and I deeply respect each of us in approaching this decision with commitment to our students, our staff, community, and even when we may disagree. I believe that we are united in wanting the best for our Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. With that said, I do support the superintendent's recommendation. Last year, the district experienced historic academic gains. We did not arrive at that by accident. We got there because we made intentional investments aligned with our goals, investments in instruction and teachers and systems that support student success. And this budget, at least for me, is not a departure from that progress. It is a continuation of it. In fact, it is explicitly designed to position CMS to exceed last year's historic gains. Secondly, I support this budget because it is clearly in line with the board's student outcomes-focused governance, prioritizing high-quality instruction in every classroom, literacy and math improvement across grade levels, college and career readiness, eliminating achievement gaps. And we see that alignment throughout target investments in these areas. It's not a scattered budget. It is, in fact, a strategic budget. Third, I support this budget because it invests in our people, especially our teachers. There's an assumed 3% state-driven salary increase. I'm hopeful and prayerful at this point that the state will pass the budget. Also, an average of 5% increase for certified and certified supplements. So there's continued implementation of market-aligned salary schedules for classified staff. Additionally, we have over $280 million towards high-quality classroom teachers. And for me, it's about delivering those outcomes, and for me, it represents that. Fourth, I appreciate this budget reflects the continuous improvement mindset, but I want to be clear, supporting this budget does not mean that I believe it's perfect. There are valid concerns, there are trade-offs, but this moment requires me to weigh the evidence and consider the trajectory and make a decision. And so I see this there. So while I remain committed to working, clearly I want to say with my colleagues to refining, improving, and strengthening our approach moving forward, this is my conviction that this moves us forward and not backwards. Thank you.
Board Member London.
Yes, so I want to also start by saying that I want to be clear that I appreciate Dr. Hill and your cabinet, and I am deeply grateful for your leadership and the work that has gone into this process of creating this draft budget. I also want to recognize the incredibly difficult task that you all are up against, that we are all up against, especially given the current state of the North Carolina General Assembly and how our public schools are funded and the formulas used to fund them. This vote is about alignment for me. It is about ensuring that our students and our educators are truly at the center of every decision that we make. And I believe that students are at the center of our decisions. It is about equity, making sure that every student in every single school has access to the opportunities and support that they need to succeed. And it is about closing the achievement gaps in a meaningful and measurable way. Our community has been clear about what matters most: high-quality educators, fully supported schools, and the resources necessary to ensure strong outcomes for every student. And it should align with the board's adopted goals and guardrails. We have the opportunity and the responsibility to get this right. I believe that we are creating the space to better align our budget with the needs, values, and expectations of our students, educators, and community.
Dr. Hatch?
I want to be clear, my position is not rooted in whether strategies are working or not working. It is more foundational. At its core, this is about how we build a budget and what are we willing to accept as sufficient for our students. Right now, we are operating within a funding structure defined by the state that has demonstrated year over year that it does not fully prioritize public education, particularly in urban communities like ours. That reality shapes everything, how resources are allocated, how positions are funded, and ultimately what students experience in classrooms. Because of that, I am not philosophically aligned with building a budget that is constrained by those limitations and then asking our community to accept that as enough. Our community deserves a budget that reflects what it actually takes to deliver on our goals, not just what we've been given. And I want to name something that many of us carry. Many of us have been conditioned to make a way out of no way, to stretch, to adjust, to make it work no matter what. And while that resilience is powerful, it can lead us to normalize conditions that were never meant to be sufficient. So I find myself asking, what would it look like if we built a system where every student truly had everything they needed to be successful? Because that is the standard we should be working towards. And getting there is not something the district can do alone. It's going to take all of us, including the state, aligned around what it actually costs to deliver on the outcomes we say we believe in. For me, supporting a budget is not just about balancing numbers. I believe our responsibility is not to simply operate within the system we've been given, but to clearly articulate what our students actually need and to line our budgets accordingly. Anything less risks reinforcing a standard that our community may and have already said is not acceptable. Thank you.
Vice Chair Rankin?
First, I want to say thank you to Dr. Hill for all your hard work, your dedication to the district, and how you perform as a superintendent. I want to say thank you to the staff, leadership, everyone from top down. Your hard work and dedication also is seen on a day-to-day basis, and I truly appreciate everything that you've been doing thus far. This motion that's before us is not about performance of our superintendent. It's not about performance of our staff. It's not about performance of our students, because we see the hard work has produced historic gains in student outcomes. So it's not about that. For me, do I see the alignment to the goals and guardrails? Yes. Do I see, do I think this is what the superintendent is asking for is necessary? Yes. But if you've ever been a part of an organization, if you've ever been a part of a team, then if one is not clear, then none of us are clear. So for me, in support of my colleagues and my fellow board members, I think this provides us more time, or provides some more time to really think this through and make the best decision possible. So if there's anyone on this board that may not have enough information, may not be clear on the decision that they're making, then I will stand with you. But I do think this budget aligns with our goals and guardrails. But I do want to make sure that we as a board collectively move forward once we do make the decision, because we will pass a budget. So when we move forward, we'll have confidence in what this budget and what we vote on and what we approve, and we can move forward and continue, because I've been watching the progress monitoring reports throughout the year. We are on track to have another great year. So I want to continue to move forward in that direction, and I will move forward with everyone up here. So that's why I'm in support of it, because I'm in support of you guys.
Board Member Stone?
First off, I would like to recognize the effort and the lifting that has gotten us to this point. The staff, Dr. Hill, you have done amazing work for us. I'm going to have to take a hold on this right now, because I feel like personally, for me to go out and adequately represent and actually sell what we offer, which is by far the best in the state, maybe in the Southeast. and congratulations, Dr. Hill, on all of that work. But I'm not there with understanding everything, and I'm the kind of person that needs to hold back until I do, because when I support something, it's 100%. I support 100% the work that has been done to get us here. I really appreciate the insights that all of my colleagues have made regarding where they are with their vote, and the grace that we're going to use to get this done, because it will get done. So I'm glad we're giving ourselves the time to bring us all to the same place. So for that, I appreciate your patience. I thank you very much, and it's going to happen.
All right, thank you, colleagues. Tonight I'll be supporting this motion, and I want to be clear that this is not a cause for alarm. The urgency is not in this process. The urgency is in the constraints that we're operating under. And we want to be honest about what those constraints are. They are not created, particularly in this room alone. They are shaped by decisions made by state funding choices and by the reality that school districts across North Carolina are being asked to do greater with fewer resources. That's what should concern us. And because that is in the reality, this board has the responsibility to get it right. And right now, the budget's not ready. We have to make sure that we are meeting the expectations of our community, which align with our goals, and we're upholding their vision and values. And the community has been clear. They want support for our teachers. We want to close academic gaps, make sure our students are supported socially and emotionally. And that means making sure our teachers have the right supports and resources they need to do what we're asking them to do every single day in every single classroom. Because we cannot expect outcomes without supporting the people responsible for delivering them. And when we talk about closing gaps, we need to be honest about what that means in this community. In Mecklenburg County, every quality of life indicator, we have huge gaps, oftentimes with African Americans at the bottom. And we know that every quality of life indicator begins with education, because what happens to children in our schools has generational impact. So that means we have to do some work. This is our responsibility. And on top of that, we're seeing a growing mental health crisis among our young people. The suicide rates among Black youth have increased faster than any other racial or ethnic group in recent years. This is not an abstract, that is urgent. And our investments have to reflect that reality. Because our students are not walking into our schools untouched, they're bringing real challenges with them. Our teachers are bringing real challenges with them. And we cannot separate outcomes from conditions. If we want results, we have to be aligned in how we invest. That's what this moment is about. Not stopping the process, but strengthening it. Making sure every dollar reflects our priorities. Making sure we are supporting students who need it the most, while continuing to grow those who need it the least, and not losing any of the students in the middle. Everyone matters, and every dollar must show that. Now, let me be equally clear. This is what governance is. This is the board doing exactly what it's supposed to do, ensuring alignment between what we say and what we matters. You know the saying, show me what's important to you, show me your budget. And so, yes, that means long hours, late nights, difficult conversations, additional meetings, some dissonance, but that's the work. And that is what we signed up for. When we signed our names on these applications, or when we signed our names up at the Board of Elections. So let me close with this. This is not the end of the budget process. A budget will be passed, and it will be passed in short order. We will meet our obligations under state law, and we will do so responsibly. But when we pass a budget, it will be one thing. It will reflect alignment. It will reflect our values. It will reflect our commitment to every student, every employee that we serve and that we're responsible for. This is not the end. This is the work, and we get on the other side of it, we will be better for it. With that being said, if there are no other comments, are we ready for the question?
Yes, call for the question.
A motion has been properly put before you. It has been properly seconded. For all those in favor, please do so by show of hands. Madam Chair, it's 8. All those opposed, 1. The motion carries. There being no further
Madam
business.
Chair, I respectfully ask for clarity at the dais, because I'm very unclear right now. So
We have a motion on the floor, so we have to complete that motion.
I thought the vote was complete.
The motion has carried.
The motion carried.
Yes.
So now I have a question about the directive.
Let me.
Okay.
The motion carries 8-1. I just want to make sure we're concluding that process.
Is it
Yes.
concluded?
Yes.
All right, can you please read the amendment so I have clarity?
Yes, ma'am. The recommendation is the 2020, do you want me to read the whole thing again? Or just the?
I'd appreciate the whole thing.
The whole thing?
It's the first time I've heard it.
Okay, sure. I move to deny adoption of the 2026-2027 proposed operating budget and the capital outlay and enterprise fund budgets as outlined in the attached document entitled Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools Budget Recommendation 2026-2027, and instruct the superintendent to present an updated budget for consideration by the board no later than May 12th, 2026.
So we have a $1.2 billion budget. I'm sorry, 2.1, sorry, it's late. A $2.1 billion budget. Can I ask for a level of clarity on what specifically needs to be amended?
So, Dr. Hill, we will address that after this meeting.
I feel very uncomfortable taking direction not at a board meeting because we've gotten to this level. I do not, if the board is taking action to amend it, it is my
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The board has approved a directive to amend. As your superintendent, for me to deliver on what you're asking me to do in 2 weeks, which I guess we will bypass our 11-day rule because for the May 12th board meeting, materials are due this Friday. So I just want to be clear that we have a $2.1 billion budget. I do not have clarity on what exactly needs to be amended.
Dr. Hill?
And I do not feel comfortable taking that direction outside of a board action.
So we will address whatever meetings there will be, not tonight, and you will get direction.
So I just want to ask one because I believe it was said in your comments, correct?
Dr. Hill, we're not doing this right now. We will address this after the meeting. You will get further direction. It is not the space and time that we're going to go through each board member's comments for clarification.
Madam Chair, if the board is directing me to amend a $2.1 billion budget,
Dr. Hill?
I respectfully request what part of the $2.1 billion budget
I understand
should be
that,
amended.
and I've said to you, you will get further direction. It will not be at this moment and not at this time. The meeting is adjourned.